disciplinary kind of program. And we are grateful you all made it. We are excited to see Prof and the internet pioneers in our midst. And we hope that at the end of the day, we're able to learn something new. We'll not just come here and not know any other thing, at least something new. So I would like to call on the president of ISOC, Mr. Marcus Adome, to come over and tell us what's going to happen next.
Professor Quaynor, Father of the Internet in Africa. The latest John Postel awardee, Mr. Alain Patrick Aina. Victor Ndonang, Community Manager, ISOC Global. Friends of ISOC and colleagues, you are all welcome to today's event. Today we are going to have our chapter meeting and then talk about how to secure IoT. During our meeting, the first part, our community manager, ISOC Global, will come and talk to us generally about ISOC, the direction we are taking. Then it will follow by a report from ISOC executive to the members. Then we talk about our election. We have a panel discussion to talk about internet in Ghana, from where Professor Quaynor started it and where we are going to. And then we end it with a recognition for our pioneers, that is ISOC pioneers in Ghana. Then the second part will go through a presentation of IoT and then cryptography, because one of the ways to secure IoT is to use encryption. In the afternoon, we have IoT show to see how our colleagues are doing well in that field in Ghana. Without wasting our time, I would like to invite Victor to come over for his presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. You want to turn the light on? All right. Again, good morning, everyone. Prof. Quaynor, chairman of the Internet, so if I can use the word chairperson of the Internet Society Ghana chapter, and Marcus Adome, president of the Internet Society Ghana chapter, all the officers of the Internet Society Ghana chapter, Alain Ayina, who have just been honored by the John Posted Award, and all the members of the Internet Society Ghana, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Thank you for taking time today to join this event. I won't be long. I know you are all Internet Society members. Most of you are long-time members. Some you just joined the chapter. Some of the view of the Internet Society and what we are going to be working on from 2020 and forward. So the Internet Society was founded almost 27 years ago by the founders of the Internet. So those who work on the project that becomes the Internet that we know today. It was founded with a very simple vision to ensure that the Internet remains for everyone. So everyone has the opportunity to connect to the network. That means a network that is open for new ideas to come in. You can just put. It's just better to disconnect it than use it. So just a quick reminder for, as I say, you are all long time or new member of the Internet Society, so you pretty much know the organization. So the Internet Society, as I said, started in 1992. It's a cause-driven organization. Despite the fact that we have members and chapter we are driven by our vision and mission. But it's governed by a board of trustees, and chapter are represented. Chapter have 4 seats, so it means that also since chapter gather all our members in the area, so the member also have a say in how the Internet Society is governed. So I believe some or most of you at least know one of the 3 people on this slide. Who knows at least one person on this slide? I'm asking to the younger generation. No, yeah. So we have one of the, if you go to Google and you Google father of the Internet, among the picture that will come up, you have Vinton Cerf. Most you know Vinton Cerf also knows as, he works for Google today, and Google asked him to create his own title, what he wanted his title to be at ISOC, and the title that he proposed was Chief Internet Evangelist at Google, but he's also the founder of the Internet Society. And on this picture you have voluntary as a researcher on what becomes the internet as we know today. And you can just see the network that they was working on at the early days was called ARPANET. So the networks of computers that they were working on was ARPANET, was defense project, and when all ended, or at least was not a big issue anymore, it was now exploring what that network can be used for. So, and all the development leads to the internet as we know today. So the Internet Society was founded, was mostly started to be an organization home for the Internet Engineering Task Force. So it started by technical people with a very technical focus. You know, Vincent, he's called the founder of the internet because he worked on developing the standard, the TCP/IP, that's the foundation of the internet. So the TCP/IP and protocol are developed by a group of volunteers, of engineers, of internet enthusiasts at the Internet Engineering Task Force. So the Internet Society started with a primary function to give an organization home for the IETF. And as I said, with a most focus on the technical development of the internet, but as the internet grew, other issues were invited, other issues need to be addressed. So today the internet not only continue to work on technical development, but also address all the issue, emerging issue around, like you will see when I will talk about our 2020 project, like encryption, like consolidation. We are saying that the market is consolidating inside our big players, so, and that can be an issue for innovation. So I can just keep, and I like to stop on our mission so that at least all the members can memorize it. When you join the chapter and become a chapter leader, at least you know that we support and promote the development of the internet as a global technical infrastructure, but not only a global technical infrastructure. Technical is very key because the internet is the network of networks. So, and if those networks cannot freely interact and connect with and talk to each other freely, is something else. It is centralized, and you need to ask for permission for authorization to connect to other network. That's not the internet as the founders envision it. So it's global technical infrastructure, and also most importantly, a resource to enrich people's life, a force for good in society. So if we showcase that the internet is a force for good in the society, it can help to improve all aspects of people's life. For example, we won't see in some country internet be shut down or disrupt. So internet started with, you saw in the picture, 3 people, and today is a global organization. With present is almost all the country around the world. We have today 110 organization members, 124 chapters around the world, including 34 chapters in Africa. So that includes the Internet Society Ghana chapter. I mentioned it at the beginning, it's a cause-driven organization, but despite the fact that it's a cause-driven organization, membership is key, because we not only support the technical development, but also we advocate to make sure that people who are involved in the development of the internet understand the vision of the founders of the internet. So having a good number of people who understand that vision and that mission is key to the success of the internet society. I won't take a lot of time on that, so I would just like to stop here on one of the key things that we are trying, or chapter to be focusing to participating in capacity building, in supporting the development of the internet at the local level, but they also have to be advocate, as I said, to participate in internet advocacy, to make sure that laws, regulation that have been developed in the country support that simple vision on ensuring that the internet remain open, globally connected, secure and trustworthy. So if you are a chapter or a chapter member and you realize that there is a law being developed in your country and it's going to be a threat to our shared vision or our shared mission as the internet society, you have a duty to advocate. As a chapter, you need to organize yourself to respond and to prevent that from happening. So while working on training or organizing conference to explain issue, but you also have to be advocate to make sure that all the development, the policies, and other aspects that can impact the internet negatively, can prevent the internet to continue to evolve, to be a source of innovation, that ensure that such things don't happen in when you somewhere where we have members and we have chapters as well. So I will, I know I have just a few minutes, so I will end by giving you a quick overview of the Internet Society new strategy. Since the creation of the Internet Society, we used to work only with an annual action plan. So we have never had a true long-term strategy. I know in the internet world you cannot really think very, very long term because it can be disrupt. This new idea and disruption can happen very quickly. But at least we believe sometimes it's important to be focused, to say we're going to do this during this period of time so that we can at the end be able to measure the impact and say we commit ourselves to do this in 2 years. Were we able to achieve it? If not, why? So the new strategy for the Internet Society for next year will focus on three key strategic areas. So the first one is to build. So to continue to extend the internet to the people who don't have access yet, but who need it the most. So this means to people living in remote area, in area where the traditional operator don't want to go there because there is no true economic incentive for them to go and connect people living in those areas. That's why one of the examples that I can give here is usually when I travel to come and in Yaoundé I have at least 3 or 4 and so but when I go to the village to visit my parents, as soon as I'm out of Yaoundé, I will have 2G, and then when I reach my village, I have 0. I have no at least the latest I will have the mobile signal to make calls, but I cannot even use the mobile internet. So this focus is to not only focusing on area where people have access already, but going where people don't have access, but that access can be a big improvement to their life. So someone in a village bringing the internet connection and training them how they can use it for economic and social development will have a greater impact than focusing on area where people already take the internet for granted. So the second big focus is promoting the internet. So promoting the internet model of networking. So what we call the internet, people need to clearly understand, to learn, and what is the internet model. So next year we'll be working at least to have a kind of acceptable definition of the internet model of networking. And when we have that, we can promote it with our chapters, with our members, so that people truly know when you say the internet, what do you mean? And when you say the internet model of networking, what do you mean? People are trying to build some similar network that does meet the requirement, and we cannot call such network the internet. Other point on promoting will also working with key government. So this is where the impact of advocacy and ensuring that policy that enable what we want to achieve have been developed. So the Internet Society will be working on that. We truly also want our chapters to at least share some part of that strategic orientation. Again, on promoting, we'll be ensuring that we really do what we promote. We show that we are the example in when we promote open standards and so on. We also make sure that the Internet Society itself and our chapters adopt and deploy such standards. Simple thing, starting by ensuring that the website meet all the standards that we are promoting. And the last part is on defending. It is a little bit, some people, it's a bold word to say we defend. Do we have means to really defend? But we try to defend because the past few years have shown that the internet is under attack. Some people want to capture the internet, can be big businesses, but also some government want to capture the internet and shape it the way that they want. So I will mention here the growth of internet shutdowns, the attempt for some government to have backdoors access to encryption to ensure when you are using encrypted communication, that is key for online transaction, but also key for your day-to-day communication on social media tool like Signal or Telegram and so on. Some government want to have backdoors so that they can know what you are talking or what you have been discussing on such social media tools. So, and the Internet Society doesn't want that to happen, because giving a backdoor is not only bad for communication from end-to-end communication for users, but it's also bad for the internet economy as globally, because many of the transactions on the internet use encrypted technology to ensure that people can trust when they connect and open their laptop to do online banking or e-health and so on. So that is, in summary, build, promote, and defend the internet is a focus of the internet society moving forward. And building on this, we have developed a 2020 action plan that will focus on 8 projects. And that is also a big change, because in the previous year, the Internet Society used to work on too many things. And when you work on too many things, it is truly difficult to measure your impact. So it was a big fight to be able to say we're going to drop many of the things and focus only on 8 projects. And those 8 projects are developed. 3 of them are to support the growth of the internet. I mentioned the community networks. So empowering people who live in remote areas to be able to build, run, and operate their own network. And that will need some change in terms of policy, but also means a lot of effort on strengthening capacities. The second one, and it's something that I've been working on since many years, is strengthening the internet infrastructure and technical communities. So technical communities like the NOCs. The NOCs are very important to the internet development in a country. Internet exchange points and also research and education networks. So community like that, the Internet Society want to foster and to help them to develop or to help establish such community where we don't have them yet. So and last project in the area of growing the internet is measuring the internet. So I've realized that we don't have a lot of data when we want to go somewhere and really show the reliability of the internet. We don't have data on when you talk about all the shutdown, for example, how those shutdowns can negatively impact not only freedom of speech and all the other economic, but it can also have an impact of the technical global infrastructure. As I've mentioned earlier, that the internet is a global infrastructure. When there's a failure somewhere, it has an impact on the entire network itself. So, and the 5 last projects are on strengthening the internet, building a strong internet. And these include, as I mentioned, extending encryption. So it's not only extending the encryption, but also defending and ensuring that encryption continues to work as it's supposed to. Promoting the internet way of networking, as I mentioned, is to ensure that at least most of the people, and hopefully everyone truly understand what we mean by when we say the internet or the internet way of networking. And the other projects are, as I also mentioned earlier, is leading by example. So deploying the standard that we have been working hard to promote. So you cannot be a chapter and promoting IPv6 or other protocols, and you are not even able to show where you have deployed it. If you are promoting DNS set and you have the ability to deploy it, deploy is at least that when people can see, oh, the chapter has been promoting this, but they have also, they can show the example. This is how we apply it to our website or to our network. One of the projects that is truly really technical, and it's something that the IETF has been working on for many years, and we have a chance to have Alain here. Alain can comment, is time security. So key transaction on the Internet Society depend on time, and ensuring that that protocol is secure is key for people to trust and continue to do big transaction on the internet. And lastly, is our project on securing the global writing, making sure that is the BGP, the connection or the exchange of traffic between networks are secure. So the global routing, we are working with network operators, with internet service provider to ensure that they adopt what we call manners. Manners stand for mutually agreed norm for routing security. It's just, I can say best practices, but it's also a kind of a label that we want all the networks at least to implement, because a secure network is one secure network is a plus to a global network, and a network that is not secure is a threat to the entire network itself. I think I will just stop here. We truly want you to, as a chapters, as individual member, to get involved in the implementation of those projects so that we can have, it's a global vision, but if we work with our chapter, with our individual member through truly local impactful activities or action, we can have the global change that we want. So on this, I will thank you very much for your attention, and I don't know, we have time for questions. I will end with a 1-minute video that summarizes the work of the Internet Society that I will just show you.
I think we can do it once more for him as we wait for him to stream the video. And also, as we also get our questions ready, now we are sort of been informed about what the Internet Society is doing, its program for the next 5 years, and also how we as a local chapter are going to streamline our projects towards that. Of course, we need to contextualize it so that at least what we need is what must be done as a community. So as we wait on Victor, please prepare your questions. So after he does that, you ask your questions, and then we move on to the next session. Thank you.
So this 1-minute video kind of summarizes the work of the Internet Society. Thank you very much. It was very clear, so we don't have question. We can move on to the next session, right? Yeah.
All right then. Thank you very much, Victor. You do? Okay. There's a question on the...
My name is Alain Patrick Ayina. I've been on ISOC board before. My question to Victor is that, Victor, with what is going on inside Internet society, I will not give any particular detail, but what do you see as a feature of the African Bureau? Shall we expect the Bureau to remain the way it is, giving the same support to the community in Africa, or shall we expect some changes? Thank you.
Victor, please take note. There's Prof.
We really just want to engage you, so you start talking a little bit. Recently, we've been reading in the press a lot of interest about .org. Is there something you may want to share with us about that? Because it's been around in many different circles, so maybe it's good for the chapters to learn something about the changes that are coming with respect to the .org and Internet society.
My name is Perry. I want to ask, what sanctions do you have for governments who decide to defy your policies, like creating backdoors in systems? Because 2017, a group of hackers known as the shadow brokers were able to break into the US government, and they realized they had backdoors in every major BGP and Cisco systems globally. They were able to track transactions of SWIFT and all. So what sanctions do you have for such governments?
Victor, I would like you to speak into the mic. We are streaming. Please, we are streaming live, so anyone speaking in the mic should just make sure it's close to them so that the others could also hear. Thank you.
So thank you very much for the question. I will start with Alain Ayina's question on regarding the Internet Society African Regional Bureau. So to respond to that, that's why I'm putting up the Internet Society new organizational structure. And as you can see on it, we don't have bureaus anymore. So the Internet Society, with the arrival of our new president and CEO, he took time to look through the organization. We went through surveys with our community. We talked to key people in the community to really explore the fact that the simple question was, is ISOC, as it was structurally organized, is losing its relevance or not? And most of the answers make us to realize that the structure was making ISOC really lose its relevance. It was making ISOC be organized like other big corporation like IBM, or you have bureau in region, and sometimes those bureau really don't interact. They don't talk to each other. They just do their own thing in their region. So the management team come with this new structure that will remove the bureaus, but that will allow the Internet Society to truly work like a single organization. And the staff for the Africa will remain, so there is no change. The support to chapters and the project in Africa will remain. Just the simple thing is we are, as I can call it, we are removing the barrier of bureaus so that there are more communication, internal communication and collaboration between all the Internet Society staff. So moving forward, like the African Regional Bureau Director will become, will be part here what we call external engagement. So all the Regional Bureau Director will now be called Regional Vice President. They will continue to do the work that they have been doing, and with working with impacting on policy, like we have been working with the African Union and the African Telecommunication Union and other regional organizations. That won't change. So the only thing is we don't have bureau anymore. So on the second question on the .org, this has been, since the decision was taken by the Internet Society Board of Trustees. Maybe just to clarify here, it was not a decision by the CEO. So it was a decision, the decision to release ISOC from the management of .org was taken by the Board of Trustees. The Board of Trustees, they have the trust of all part of the ISOC community, the odd members, the chapters, the representative of the Internet Engineering Task Force. So they unanimously decide that it was, I mentioned ISOC relevance and focus. So the fact that ISOC, the ownership of PR, for those who know the domain name industry, ISOC, as before this deal, was the owner of the registry that run .org, and that registry was called PR. So the decision of the board was, we need to give this, the management or this part of work to an organization that is dedicated, have knowledge on the domain name industry that can run it, and that will free the Internet Society on be truly focused on the on ICANN work. There are many comments that have been shared with that are sometimes outside the facts. So our CEO set up a website. Maybe I can just show it here. So he called factsabout.org. So that's the website where if you go there, all the questions on the sales from the answers are on the website from the CEO, from the Board of Trustees. For those who are on the board, they are explaining why they voted favorably. They say yes to the sales. And maybe I can end by mentioning still the sale is not completed yet. So there are still some discussion around it. But what I can just say here is ISOC is just changing the source of revenue. And it's not changing the way that the organization will continue to work or support the community as it is used to. So it just said the budget, almost 80% of the budget of the organization was coming from PR. And PR was limited in terms of scaling or development because ISOC, as the owner, did not have a kind of knowledge or intelligence of the domain name industry and was limiting the growth of PR in terms of investment in allowing the registry to truly grow and be able to compete with other registries. So giving that the organization to an entity that can truly do that, will also allow ISOC to be freely get involved if we want in what ICANN is doing in terms of policy, because in the past ISOC was limited in talking about the work of ICANN because there was some kind of conflict of interest, because they say you own a registry and you cannot come and really in a very independent manner comment on policy regarding the TLDs and so on. So I hope this helps. If not, I will show the website. You have all the answer there. So the last question was on encryption, on the backdoors. So that's truly why we have a project on defending encryption, because the Internet Society has make the same realization that government and really want to break the encryption. They want backdoor access to encrypted communication. And you can see it was working with key government, tackling key government and preventing them to continue to do so. So, and the focus for next year is where we have seen government really focus on ensuring that they have backdoor access, like the UK, Australia, where you even have some laws that are being voted allowing government to do that. So the Internet Society will to work in terms of advocacy to prevent that, with the support of the community, to prevent that from happening. If we work to reverse what happened in Australia or the UK and the US, that will prevent other governments to continue on the same road. So I think I will stop here.
Thank you very much. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Next on the agenda. Okay. Would have, yes, you continue. Would have ISOC Ghana activity reports and discussions.
Thank you. We are going to present the activities of this year. I will invite Mr. Francis Amaning, the chapter secretary, to do the presentation.
get another machine. Good morning. I'm sorry for the delay. I had to set up the machine. My name is Francis Ameni, and I'm the General Secretary for Internet Society Ghana chapter. First, I'll take you through the 2018 report. After that, we'll go through 2019 activity report. So I'll be brief because I have just 10 minutes. So 2018, okay. 2018, we had cybersecurity maturity assessment meeting. And this meeting was held on 15th of January. We were invited to a meeting at the Ministry of Communication. They were writing a policy, developing a policy. So we're invited to be part of the meeting to see how cybersecurity, the trend and the rate in the country. So we're privileged to be part of the meeting to share our ideas and our knowledge in the cybersecurity world. The next. Okay, we also, from there, we had inauguration of the new executives. That was in March, 1st of March, which was done at the Kofi Annan ICT Center. So we inducted the new executive into office after election in 2017 December. And we hosted IET Hub, Internet Engineering Task Force, because we're trying to encourage IET in Africa, because it seems the participation from Africa is very low. So normally, as much as possible, we try to host hubs here so that we know what is going on. Many a times, even if Africans go for such meetings, they don't even know what is going on. They're not able to participate because they don't know what is going on in IET. So we try to host hubs here. If you're not able to travel to have the meeting, we do hubs and do a remote view. So we hosted such of a hub here in Ghana. Next. Okay, we had a social evening here in Legon, and it was on cybercrime in Ghana, solutions and challenges. As you agree with me, currently cybersecurity is at its peak, and everything, as the technology is advancing, we need to keep ourselves very safe in the cyber world. So we had a social evening to deliberate on the pros and cons and the way forward for ourselves, because if we are in a tech environment, we have to brace ourselves for so that we'll be able to educate and teach other people about cybersecurity. So we had a social evening, and we're privileged to have the father of Internet in Africa himself here, and we had Mr. Albert Nchibu, the National Cybersecurity Advisor, was also at the program. We have Mr. Erika Kumia. So we had deliberation discussions on cybersecurity. Okay, we had a meeting in 2019. We were trying to form a committee of developers, because it seems Ghana, even if we want to collate people who are into software programming developers, it will be very difficult. There's no data, as I'm aware, I may be wrong, to be able to collate people who are into such field. So we were trying to form a community, a committee of people who are into such field. So we had a meeting, trying to bring them together. The turnout wasn't so encouraging, so we plan to have another one in the coming year, so that we'll be able to have people from South. So if you want someone who is into, let me say, let me say Python developing, if you want someone who's good at PHP, be able to fish them out. Because at times you see posts, you see advert, but you don't know who to call on to. Maybe you're writing a program, you're having syntax error, but you don't have any community to share your problem with. So that was the reason why we had such meeting. Okay, so this is another viewing hub. I think I've spoken about the viewing hub already. So the topic for that one was domain name system. So next one. So it was also hosted here, Legon here, just in here in the BAMS library. Okay, we had another social evening at Kofi Annan, and it was on social engineering attack. You know, currently people try to use dubious means to get to people. They try to use social engineering to hack. So as we are into IT, internet society, we're supposed to know more. So normally such meetings, we share ideas. You bring on board what you know, people also share ideas. There was a panel discussion, presentation was made after the questions were asked. So normally I will entreat members to attend such meetings, even if you can't participate. If there's a remote viewing, try to partake in it, because we need to learn more. Because, you know, the community is growing, there's new technology, and you have to embrace yourself with the new, because if you don't know, maybe someone will call, you know, now someone will call you this, and by the time you know, you've been scammed. So I will entreat all of us to involve ourselves in such meetings. Okay. So I think 2018 was just brief. I'll go quickly run through 2019. Okay. 2019, this is a summary report of ISOC Ghana chapter. So the final, when I'm through, I'll put it on the website so that anyone who wants to go through can do that. So our first meeting was in March, and the meeting was a roundtable on universal acceptance and IDN. Someone asked, what is IDN? It's internationalized domain name systems. When we want to use our local characters for domain names. So we had a meeting, it was a roundtable discussion, members came, we discussed on the way forward. So ISOC Ghana has in mind to create a community of IDN experts in Ghana. So when a call is made, if you are interested, because we're looking at, with time, if we want to use our key names for our domain extensions, our ever name, the Hausa, or look at that, because at times I don't see why we should have a website, the content is in Hausa and the domain extension is in English. So we have to reach a point where we can have our local content with our local domain name extension. That is when we can promote our local content. We hosted Mozilla Sprint in Ghana. 2 of our members applied for a fellowship and they were waiting. I think Edinam, Lily, and one other guy, Stephen. So we hosted the event at Kofi Annan, and the purpose of the meeting was to discuss on open source software. Because now we're trying to know how best we can use our open source software, which is free and open, and how we can tune them to suit our situation and our ever-growing challenges. And times people how to post on Wiki. People want to write articles, but they don't know where to post them. So we're also taking through how to use Wiki, how to post your articles there, and how to get active in the community. Because at times people even have opportunity to even travel to have meeting, but they come back and don't share their experience with us. So we're also taking through how to get involved in the community, how you comment to issues, how you can post, share your ideas. You've learned something new. You want someone else to know. So such committee, we're taking through how you can share your experience with someone. Okay, I think we also organize an IT hub, and this time around we had 3 hubs. We had one in Legon here, University of Ghana. We had another hub in University Professional Studies and Kwame Nkrumah University for Science and Technology. And you can see pictures. Prof. Quaynor was there at UPSA. So we will encourage you, because as we're trying to promote IETF in Ghana and Africa as whole, anytime there's a call for remote hub, even if you can't make it physically, try to follow it online so that you get abreast of what is going on. Because we learn new stuff, new protocols are coming up. The RFC that you don't even know of. So when such meeting comes up, try to be part of it. Yeah. Okay. We celebrated the Girls in ICT. Girls in ICT. Can you scroll down? Girls in ICT Day, and the topic was security and digital privacy, and we focus on social engineering, because social engineering is really trending this time and we need to tackle it. So that was what we dealt with. Yes. And this year, Software Freedom Day. So these are the pictures of the Girls in ICT Day at Kofi Annan. And this year, ISOC Ghana also partnered with the Linux community and Fuse Ghana to organize the Software Freedom Day. So it's been organized several times in the country, but for the first time we partnered with them to host it in Ghana. So it's a plus for ISOC Ghana. And also again, Internet Governance Forum. This year it was hosted. For the past 2 years, IGF in Ghana went on recess, but thank to God, 2019 we came back and we're going to continue. So we hosted it, and for the first time we had our youth IGF, and we're looking to have our school of IGF in the coming years. So these are pictures of IGF. We had the youth IGF on the 10th, the Wednesday, and the main IGF on the Thursday, 11th of July. And chapter 2. Okay, this one event which really puts Ghana on the globe. After this message, the president will come to introduce the winner here. So you remember a coach this year, the top was unconnected, because especially telcos don't want to invest so much in the unserved areas or underserved. So a call was made to the community for people to show interest to call for proposals. So we received proposals, and a call for interest for committee members was also made. So people also showed interest. So a 9-member committee was formed to vet the proposal that was submitted. So one proposal was fixed for the competition, which was chosen, and it's about RadioNet. I wouldn't talk so much about it because the person himself is here. So we presented it. It was, can you go down? Please go down. Okay, so down. It was embedded in 5 communities in the northern part of the country, which is Daloji and Dashi, and you can see them here. Yeah. Forgive me if I can't pronounce them. So we traveled up north to do it there, and we use Raspberry. At times, getting information to people very far is quite a challenge, because at times the extension officers may have to travel several kilometers before they reach them. So this allows you to call into the device and you're able to communicate message to them. We are fortunate. Through WhatsApp, through emails, we can get information, but they don't have access to internet. Even very few have access to mobile phones, so getting information to them is very difficult. If there's something in Ghana, before they get it, it's over. So with this technology, it allows you to send information to them through the device, and once they turn on their radio set to a certain frequency modulation, they are able to get information. So I won't talk too much about it. The man himself is here. You can't talk much about it. So okay, yeah. So we did the implementation up north. We monitored it. We did a video and we submitted it for the competition. And guess what? Ghana, the only West Africa country that emerged third in this year's 2019 chapter turn. In the whole world, third, the only country from West Africa, second in Africa, Ghana first, South Africa second, and Ghana third. We should be proud of that. So I'll end on this note. If you have questions, I'll take the questions. After that, we introduce the winner of the chapter turn. Okay. There's a question behind. If
participating in the development of the internet. This is really what I'm hearing them say.
Thank you.
Yeah, hello, my name is Shadrach. Actually, in the chapter report, I could see most of the activities are not like practical. There's no sessions which brings the community to discuss on practical issues. An example being the GH NOG, which you said was organized some time ago. I, for instance, like I want to have a feel of those practical activities to really advance my career. And also, there's no youth awareness, that's the community awareness on most of the activities, because I could see on the group, most people don't really know what the chapter does. They are just in. So I want to know what the chapter to ensure all these issues are being resolved.
yeah.
Okay. Good morning. During the presentation, we spoke about addressing local domains and extensions, localizing the domain names and extensions. I want to find out how far has it got into, what is the progress so far, and what is involved in getting the localized domains and the extensions involved.
So,
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think I even left one event out, which was ICANN. We had an ICANN day just a month ago. Mr. Yauvi was again in town. We're going to form a community of IDNs. So once the community is formed, we're going to learn much about how we go about getting our local extensions. So it's a process. So 2020, there's going to be a call for interest. If you're interested to be part of that group, we'll learn more. We'll get affiliation from ICANN so that we get resources and get people to teach us about it. So yeah, when a call is made and you're interested, because what we're going to do, we're going to know how to use the ASCII characters and how best we can. Because with that means we have to also build our local content, because it is one of our challenges in the country. We don't have our local content. With that, it will encourage us to develop our local content. So when a call is made, try to be part of it and you'll learn more from there. With regards to hands-on sessions and practicals, yes, I will admit this year we've not had so much, even none of it. So in the coming year, because we wanted to organize GHNOC, but fortunately most of our coding hosts are because of their calendar. We normally host them in universities. And because we may have to use their computer lab for the practical sessions. But fortunately, most of them turn us down this year because of their academic calendar. So next year, it's going to happen. So don't worry. We can even have 2 GHNOs within a year because to supplement the previous years. And there's been hands-on session like encryption here in Legon before. So that was, I think, in 2018. There was a hands-on session on encryption. How to get your private and your public keys so that you can share your information across. So there's going to be more of. So I also entreat members at times when you have some topics you feel should be treated in the community, just put it out there. I want us to learn on maybe programming, how to develop websites, put it out there. We are there to learn. So when you feel you have some practical knowledge you want to acquire, maybe you don't know, put it out there. ISOC, why don't you organize a social evening and learn this topic? And even with next year, we're going back to our social evening. You know, we used to have most of our social evening every quarter. And during the social evening, we're able to engage more and have more of this practical session. It's not going to be more of the talk again. It's going to be a hands-on session. So watch out for more of this practical stuff you want. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
So move to the next section. So the next session, we'll call on the president to talk to us about the election.
Thank you. At the end of this month, specifically on the 31st, the terms of this executive committee will be over. Due to some challenges, we couldn't organize the event, the election, or start the process as it should be. But it doesn't mean it is too late for us to organize it. We have decided to start the process on the 24th of this month by inviting volunteers to be part of the committee. I will appoint 3 based on the experience, 3 from the community, we will select them, and then 2 from the international communities as international observers, but they are ISOC members, especially they are executives in the other chapters. And then the technical support for the committee will be provided by ISOC Global through Victor. But the committee will start work on the 6th January. And their work will end on the 31st March with the election. There will be 1 month transition, and end of April, the new executive committee will start work. Now, my question to you is, Do you agree on this? Well, if yes, you raise your hand. No, you raise your hand. Yeah. Do you agree on the calendar I've just laid down? Yes. Please raise your hand. Okay.
So that's
Thank you. That's it. Okay. Okay.
as ISOC is elections.
If you agree here, we can give ourselves 3 months to review the bylaw and make it up to standard. And we move on with the election. Otherwise, we go for the election with the current bylaw. But the past 2 or 3 elections that we were organized, the code of election were developed by the committee, the electoral committee. That's the way we went about it.
Well, the committees, the electoral committee have done well, but I don't think at every time, whenever a committee is set to man an election for ISOC Ghana chapter, they should come out with a code. Like you are saying, we have a bylaws. Now you want to spell it out. What did the bylaws say about elections as far as ISOC is concerned? Like for instance, in terms of severance, should be in the bylaws, and then how the election should be conducted, as and when, from when to when. You see, so once we all know this, nobody will be on a page and will want to say things that they think or they don't know or they think they know about. Thank you.
Well, I've read a bylaw cover to cover. I haven't seen, there's an election process, but nothing like dates on it, in it. Like dates. And even for the past elections, well, issues, well, we always organize it around the 2 years of the end of the terms of the executive. Yes. So we always organize it around that date. Well, I totally agree with you. That is why I suggested that, well, we are late. We are supposed to review this, started the process in June, July, but we couldn't do it. But I suggested, oh, let's go. Some of the guys started writing emails. You are on the platform. You saw how they are misbehaving. So if you agree here, for us to have the bylaw review, clean everything appropriately, before we go for the election, we will go. Otherwise, we'll go with this bylaw and then later review the bylaw. Okay, Prof.
Thank you. I'm also a member. Is it necessary to couple having the election with having the reform and rewriting of the bylaws? In other words, for me, I think you have a certain practice. You are not the first president. There's been several presidents, so there's a certain practice. And so even if there's not sufficient detail in the bylaws, and sometimes it's deliberate in the beginning not to put unnecessary detail in bylaws, so that those guidelines are developed outside of the bylaws. If that is the case, then there is a practice, and that practice is what led to the different precedents that have occurred. The same practice can be followed, even though we agree that you need to produce some election guidelines based on what you've been practicing. In other words, I don't see why they're coupling. For me, I don't see any coupling. It should be decoupled. And yes, work on your election guidelines, but have your elections because you've been doing it. Otherwise, you are saying that your own current presence is not valid. You see? In other words, how did you get there if your bylaws didn't have those things? You are there because you have a certain practice. And your practice was to have committees formed to draft guidelines for that set of elections, and then a different committee, I don't know what you call that committee, supervises the elections. Okay, this is what I've seen you do. So they fine from time to time so that it captures the current sentiments of the community that we have. So if you are to decouple it, I think you'll be better off. But if you are to say, oh, let's wait for us to do the reform, and the reform takes 1 year, then that too creates other kinds of tensions. This is the reason why I've intervened.
Okay, thank you, Prof. So from what he said, if I understand him well, we should proceed with the election and then later fine-tune our documents. Well, the election process, the committee will come out with, they will definitely use the previous set of rules and then fine-tune it and then organize the election. That's the way it is. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we are planning to do. Okay. So should we go according to this suggestion? Please, let's raise our hand if it is yes. Question? Okay.
Thank you, Francis. I want to suggest something. That though we want to go on with the elections, Mr. President, you and your executive, can you set up a committee to look into this document you're talking about? No, we all know that it's not going to bind the coming election, so that it will be quick. So by the time the next administration comes, we'll have a document ready.
The election guidelines?
The review, yes, of the bylaws.
The bylaws?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, good.
It's not going to affect your election.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you.
I agree. Sharing committee. Okay, thank you very much. So, should we go according to these suggestions? Yes, please, let's raise our hands. Please, let's raise our hands. Everybody, if you agree. Okay, who doesn't want us to go according to these suggestions? The person should raise his hand. 0. Okay. Abstentions? 1 person. Okay, I think majority carries the votes. We will run the election and then set up a committee to review the bylaw. Thank you very much. Let's clap for ourselves. Next.
So next on our program, I think we are doing well with time. Yeah, but we are catching up very fast. So we are on panel discussion, and it will be on the development of the internet in Ghana, the way forward. So I would like to invite the panelists. Dr. Mohammed Sani Abdullahi. Please, let's invite him with a round of applause. We'd also like to call on Mr. William Tevi. Mr. William Tevi. Thank you. Thank you, sir. We'd also like to call Mr. Aitebuli. Thank you, sirs. And our own Mr. Eric Akomia. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the moderator for this section. But first of all, I would give our gentlemen, you see, as a female, I always like to have females on board. I think when I said that, that's how come I was made the moderator. Okay, so first I would like to give the mic to our honorable gentlemen to introduce themselves. That is one. Tell us, you see, this is the young generation. I look young, but I'm a bit old. I know you are. But at least I want you to talk to us about who you are, especially in connection with internet in Ghana. That's our real interest, your contribution. Take your time, talk to us. I'll start with Doc.
Good morning. Is it morning? Good. It's still morning, okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mohammed Sani Abdullahi. She's talking about history, okay. I used to be we started the Internet Society way back in 1994, right? If I'm right. 92, in the early 1990s, okay. And I used to be the vice president of the Ghana chapter of the Internet Society. Over the years, I became a member of the board of trustees. As we gave way to the younger ones to take up the leadership of the Internet Society. You may recall that in those days, internet was not as pervasive as it is today, and Ghana was a pace setter, at least on the African continent. I remember we started with the dial-up services by the network computer systems, who were the pioneer ISPs. Then in this very building, the BAM library, from the academic perspective, we used to do the store and forward system, where we had to periodically connect to that's a long history. So we came together and put together this committee to see how we could bring connectivity. And one of the things that we did was to build capacity. I remember on top of this, the bookshop here, with people like Andy Bully and Mr. Tevi, we organized with the support of the ITU and the UNESCO, the Network Technology Conference for the whole of the sub-region, bringing everybody from academia, from industry, from public sector, to build the capability, to build the networks. And that was the foundation of the internet in Ghana, and for that matter, in the sub-region and in Africa. So capacity building was key. We had we were given Cisco routers, switches, and whatever, just to build a skill set to be able to build our networks. We had SansPark stations. I remember I was in computer science in Legon here then. And so after the workshop, all the equipment that was given to us, and that was what formed the basis of what we call Garnet, the present Garnet, Ghanaian Academic Research Network. That was where the seed was sown. And the NOC was in their data center now. It used to be a telephone exchange. And that's where we set up the NOC. Then following that, we had support from the NIDA to build fiber on this campus, $500,000 to put fiber on this campus. And you see a decommissioned VSAT dish there. And that was connecting this NOC to University of Copenhagen and that was how our gateway to the internet. And it was decided that all other universities, the public universities, they were then 3 then, and came to 5, were supposed to route their traffic through this NOC, through this visa terminal, all the way to Copenhagen and out there to the internet. So I wouldn't bore you much. This is the basis of the right.
My name is, I was in the country, in Canada, Professor, we were able to, we built Ghana region, Togo, Nigeria, Liberia. We set up connectivity, Gambia, connectivity for those countries. They used our resources to help them to establish the early networks in those countries. After 2 courses, I used to be teaching routing, BGP routing, stretched all the way from Accra to Burkina Faso. And we built one of the first national data centers, the biggest data center in West Africa, which I think still exists today. And then later I became the Director General of the NCA, the National Communications Authority, where we're responsible for giving out frequencies and licenses for setting up ISPs and new projects. So as you can see, I've been instrumental in the development of the network in this country from the beginning and also in other places. So with that, I'd like to give over to my colleague, Aite Bule, who together, we worked together. He got to a stage in his life, he actually moved into my house so that he could tap more knowledge and apport from me. So he's also become a colossus in his own right. He now works with MTN and has been helping them to develop their big infrastructures now. Thank you.
I guess my name is Aite Bule, and Mr. TV, William is my boss. And once a boss, he's forever my boss. So I always go and pay homage to him every now and then, you know, just to Charlie, thank you for bringing me up to this stage and, you know, for giving me a career to talk about. Well, I was also I started my career with NCS. I walked out of school straight into NCS. Dr. Quaynor gave me a job. And we started, you know, developing our skills and career from there. So yes, under Mr. TV, we built the first internet services in the country, and we were sent all over the continent to go and help other people bring up services and stuff like that. So I guess he's explained, he's talked about a lot of that, what happened. So I guess you know the story right now. My contribution to the country has been in building some of the largest networks in the country. I helped Legon in building of their network here, the data center, Emmanuel Togo, all those kind of guys were together working on stuff. I was also responsible for building the IP MPLS network for the then Vodafone, including bringing up the broadband services that were deployed countrywide. Currently, I am also I'm with MTN right now, and building the largest IP network in the country as we speak. It's still growing, but we put it together, clean it up, and today it's a formidable network that we have. We do all this thing just to make sure that people have connectivity, people are able to use the internet and get abreast, get information. You know, we tinker at the back end, but at the end of the day, the story is for the common user, the guy on the street, to be able to use this utility or this facility for his day-to-day activity. The farmer should be able to get farming information whether all over the world. We're just building our own okay, well, generally, everybody knows him as Abongo, so we call him Abongo. Okay, so Abongo and I and Doc were what they call it. When they went out there, brought the domain back, we were tasked to administer it and make it work and make sure it was being administered properly and stuff like that. So to date, we still manage or help manage the .gh top-level domain and stuff with the boys on the ground. Our wish is to see it develop a lot more than where we've brought it to. And I think today the young boys have better capability. You are going to build on what we've already done. So you're going to do more than we did, and you're going to know more than we know. So we'll look up to you to make sure that you carry the mantle and take it further than we could. I think Doc is from school, what they call it, Adesada College. They have some motto, others have labored. We share the glory. They come and do further exploits to increase the gain. So I guess that's what we are expecting from you guys. Right? I'll pass on to Akomia.
Thank you very much. So my big men, my bigger bosses have spoken. I came in Latter-day Saint after they have done all the good big work to establish the internet. Actually, Prof lectured us in Legon here. I was just picked by chance and given the opportunity to work with network computer systems. I started as a systems, should I say, a sales engineer. And that's when we were doing all the configurations for all the systems and other things. But I was more like the talking type, so somehow the marketing manager left and I was asked to step into that role. And I stepped into that role when people didn't understand what internet was. That's, 95, 96, and so marketing something that was so Ethiopic, people didn't know what internet was. And some of the clients that took the bait and took up the internet today have always been very thankful that they were one of the early adopters. And I can say at that time, there were people who were using the internet, and many people from other countries, including the developed countries, didn't have that connectivity. And through this process, we developed the internet. Because we were the first service provider, later we had competition from Africa Online. We had competition also from Internet Ghana. They came with all the big ideas to kill NCS, but we were so unkillable. Of course, it took somebody to shut us down. But even that, thanks to the ingenuity of our team, Aite, Abongo, and co, we kept the system up and running. And people were marveled because people thought that, hey, and we were hosting the .gh, so people were hoping to see that the GH would go down so that they would say, the thing is down, so we want to take it. But it never happened. So we did a lot of things. I also supported with the GH, mostly at the admin side. I was
part of the first ISOC executive committee. I was more in the public relation aspect, and we have grown, but I became more active in the second wave when the Secretariat was moved to Cape Coast, like Ike said, and Prof. Dr. Bobby was the president at that time. It was the second wave. I was the General Secretary, and we moved for a number of years until I became the president, and I handed over to Narku. So we have kept a certain continuity of ISOC, the internet, etc. When William became Director General for NITA, he invited me over to begin the process of discussion of what today we have as the National Cybersecurity Interventions. I recall in 2010, there were a series of meetings that started to discuss how we can protect the internet. And William led that discussion, and until it was agreed that we'll have a national cert, which will be positioned at the ministry, and then a NITA set in Ghana. And we also started the process of this effort, and I was the main resource person, and 16 key aspect, and of course the technical
supposed to answer here today. And you've done that, in fact, through your speech in quotes. So I'll just put the two together so that whilst we go over, we all answer that at the same time, and then we are done. The main thing is, how are we doing? It's a big question. How are we doing? I'm talking about the internet in Ghana. You started, you know how the history, where we started from and where we are now, and looking at your vision, and I'm sure you'd have had, you wake up every morning, this is where you wish the internet would be, and, by now, this is where we should go. Or are we there? How are we doing? So that's the question I want us to start thinking about. And the next one, whilst you're doing that, you also, where should we go? How are we doing? Where should we go? You are in it, so you want us to give us a direction. Who knows, from here, those of us in academia could even get a research topic, isn't it? So I want us to pay attention, and then by the time we all speak, I'm sure would. Thank you. Anyone wants to start?
Yeah, when we started this project way back in the early 90s, Professor Quaynor told me that, I remember this quote, he said, Abongo, we started something that we cannot control, and that it will be difficult for us to put our hands around it. 20 years or so down the line, I think that quote is really true. Basically, the internet has taken over everything now, and everything has to be done or is done through the internet now. The traditional ISP, as we know it, that we set up a long time ago, does not exist. Any company to get the control of it, and with smartphones, everybody does his internet through the phone. So the telcos have now dominated that market. As you can know, MTN, Vodafone, and Co. control about 80 to 90% of the network in the country now. So the traditional ISP, as we set it up long ago, doesn't exist. But now with the new apps that are coming, they control Facebook, Twitter, and all the other things are the ones that dominate and control people's lives every day. These days, for the young ones, when they wake up, the first thing they do is to pick up that smartphone and look to Facebook to look to Twitter, to look at WhatsApp, and all this all done through the internet, and to even make voice calls, international calls through, all the apps. So it's making the telco lose money in terms of international calls, but now all that is coming back through the amount of data that they need to push. So I think for the future, we are on the right path. We've not broken anything, and all the stuff that we put in place is working well. I don't see any problems for the future.
Yeah. So how are we doing? What do we need to do, right? Where should we go in? I think we've come a long way, and we deserve a pat on the back. But I think there's so much miles that we still have to cover. If you recall, in those days, to make international calls, you had to go to High Street and queue up to make a call. Now you can make a call from your handset through your WhatsApp. Okay? So that's how far we have come. We used to do dial-up, and that was 9.6, right? Now you can get so much speed. There's fiber speed, there's LTE, there's whatever. So we've come a long way, but it also creates more challenges. And like the quote he made, we're building a system, and 20 years down the line, we may not be able to, control it. So much is happening. But we can only position ourselves to take advantage of the opportunities if we do certain things. And one of it has to do with capacity development. We need to continue, learning. When there's competition, if you're in a competitive industry, the only way you can stand the competition is to continuous research. Now, I'm talking this way because the competition we are in now is not just a local competition. It's a global competition, right? So if you have to position ourselves as a country or to be able to take advantage of the opportunities out there in terms of advancements in the technology, in terms of the opportunities that comes with it, then we must be willing to, build our capacity. We must be willing to invest in research to be able to do that. So as Jeffrey Sachs, I don't know how many of you heard of Jeffrey Sachs. He's worked with the F Institutes of Columbia University. That the problem of Africa is technology deficit, right? So how do you bridge this deficit? Now, if you also remember, if you know of people like Schumpeter, who is a pioneer of entrepreneurship, he said that there has never been any economic transformation without an underpinning technological advancement, right? So if you look into history, I think I have some of the picture here, I'll show you. If you look into history, you see that all the economic transformation that has been taking place in the world has been supported by a technological advancement. There's a table here. Yeah, this one. So if you look at this, so this is what they call epochs of economic development. And this was developed taught out by a Russian scientist who is thought of economic. So the first epoch, if you permit me to read, is the development of the steam engine. And what did it bring about? Industrialization. Okay? And we also have the movement from manpower, human power, to machine power. That brought about agricultural revolution, right? Okay. Then we have the steam engine, the railway and the steel, which brought about industrialization and the railway system cutting the products over long distances. Then we looked at the electrification, right? Power. You know, now you can't do anything without power. Then automobiles, okay? Then followed ICT. We are all witnesses in the 1970s to 2020, we had ICTs. Now, in the initial meeting, and what I didn't even mention was early, right? So, and we've been told that there are three things that are technologies that are going to be deriving, three main technologies. We hear, every day you hear of AI and machine learning, right? That is going to drive the future. That's going to be skill sets in terms of research in AI, machine learning. The other big game changer is going to be connectivity, networks. Without networks, you can't do anything. We talk about Industry 4.0. The whole supply chain of industry is going to be automated and going to be right on the internet, right? Do we have the capacity to do that in order to compete globally? The third one is big data. You mentioned Open Data Initiative, which was set up. Big data will enable you to do knowledge discovery, analytics, right? And discover knowledge, hidden knowledge, and make informed decisions based on the hidden knowledge. Are we positioning ourselves to take advantage of the big data that we are creating? How many data scientists are we producing? How many business intelligence aspects are we producing, right? How are corporate Ghana doing in terms of they taking advantage of this? The other thing that may come up in the future is virtual reality or augmented reality, okay? You talk about Internet of Things, 3D printing. All these areas are going to be game changers for the future. If you don't position ourselves in terms of our capacity, building our own technologies, we'll always be looking out there for solutions. That's a big challenge. When we are confronted with a problem, we don't challenge our scientific communities. We rather go into the global world out there to look for solutions. And until we start challenging our scientific community and positioning research on a higher pedestal in this country, we may find ourselves wanting in the near future. We may have to, you know, revisit. Now, this is the year of return, right? We may have to start going out there. So I'm a little bit pessimistic, all right? But I think that with caution, right, we have the capacity to do that, right? It's just the willpower, the political will, let me put it that way, to invest in R&D, okay, in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, at the lower levels. I'll show you something. I found something very interesting yesterday. I was driving through the East Legon Tunnel, and I saw a notice board. If you watch, there's a school there before you get to it. And on the banner, they are going to be doing robotics and whatever for kindergarten. That was very interesting, right? So they're going to start introducing robotics, right, to kindergarten students. And I think that's the future, right? That needs to be loud. That's laudable and needs to be supported, right? We have to start building, changing the minds of the young ones. How to? So we hear of, you know, MIT has developed this software called. Do I remember? Is it Script?
The Scratch programs.
Scratch, yes. And I try to advocate the use of Scratch at the preschool level, because Scratch is like Lego, right? So once you can put into and the children get excited after they have put the things together and there's animation, right? It's Lego, right? And all the programming constructs have Lego blocks, so you can put together. I think that's the way forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, a teacher will always be a teacher.
Yes.
Yeah. I think he's covered most of the ground in terms of where we are going. if you ask me, first of all, the question, where are we today? I think we're in a good place. Why am I saying so? Because maybe I'm deeply involved in building of infrastructure in the country as we sit today. So today, there's a lot of fiber there's a lot of fiber coverage around the country. Like Abongo said, they built what they call a fiber connection all the way to Burkina because they are landlocked, so they need a connection. So we have given them access from Burkina through the country to the undersea, where the undersea cables run from. MTN has basically a good footprint of fiber coverage countrywide and within the metros. That is the backbone for delivering services to customers or delivering services to the individual. Today we've deployed, both the telcos have deployed 4G, and they are pushing to deploy 5G, where we can start, having self-drive cars and stuff like that. I think where we are today, we're in a pretty good position for the future. Where we are going to is been mapped up already. This artificial intelligence and the base and the core technologies that that are the things of the future. The future is moving away from brick and mortar institutions and organizations to virtual businesses. I mean, the business model of Uber, the business models of Airbnb, and all those kind of things are taking away from the brick and mortar business. Even the banks are going with apps, everything you do on the mobile. So walking into a bank to go and do business now is becoming a very rare occurrence, for me to go into a bank and say I want to do something. So I think the building blocks are there. The future is in your imagination. It's in what you want to do, how you want to do, how far you can think, how much out of the box you can think, because the building blocks are there. Artificial intelligence is there to give you intelligent ways of, look at Google Maps and how it works. Tells you where there's traffic and all that kind of thing. Where we are in a good place. I think we are in a good place, and it's just left to our imagination to carry us forward. Technology is set up. If you want to give every human being 10 IP addresses today, IPv6 has taken care of it. So your glasses can have an IP address, your shoe can have an IP address, and you can do things that you want it to do. So it's up to, if you ask me the future, it's up to our imagination and the capacity that we decide to build in-house. Meaning that in the country, like Dr. Sani said, we can either just use the technology or we can be part of building it. So it's a matter of investing in the human resource to be part of the capacity or the technology development community, as opposed to just adopting and using it. And really, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just prestigious. Say that, okay, I want to be part of it. But if it's done and you use it use it locally, use it to benefit your environment, I think it works too. But I am of the school of thought that we should be at the cutting edge of technology, and so we should definitely invest in research and in the academia and stuff like that. He did mention that the telcos should also invest in technology, and yes, they do, but not as much as we would like them to. For example, I think MTN runs this program of I've forgotten the name per se, but it's about individuals coming to show what they can do, developing apps and stuff like that. Be innovative, and they create a platform for such people to come, be innovative, and they're actually even rewarded, and their projects are what they call it. I think what was it, Heroes of Change, those kind of things, or Heroes of Change is the musical one. There's something else. Heroes of Change, those kind of thing. So these are there, but they are not probably being channeled to the academic institutions per se, and it's not really structured in that manner. But in their own way, they're also doing little things to assist. On that note, I think I'll hand over to you.
Thank you.
So I think we are short of time. I'll just make it brief. Where are we? Recent statistics indicate that Ghana's penetration is around 33%. And if you compare with the advanced countries where you have 70, 80, 90 for the high ends, we still have a long way to go. And so the issue of course, if Aite says we're putting connectivity everywhere, what is the issue of affordability? Does it mean people out there are not able to afford? And so there are issues of affordability that has to be looked at. There is also extending to the next billion, because we still have 66% plus to cover. So it means that there is still work to be done. The building blocks, like my predecessors have said, is there. How do we get there? And that's why we applaud the project that won us the 3rd place in the chapterthon. And I believe that we can leverage on this and get more people to reach out, perhaps using diverse technologies until the MTNs and the big people can get the connectivity there. But we still have a long way to go, and I believe that with the building blocks in place, we shall surely get there. The future is bright. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I wouldn't want to do any summary. I'd like to say thank you, gentlemen, for being here with us and telling us, yes. Questions? Yeah, I wanted to run away from that. Okay. Okay. By hand, quickly. Okay, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 questions. Brief questions.
Hello. Thank you for your time. In fact, I'm privileged to have our pioneers of the internet over here. And there's one question I wanted to find out from our pioneers right now. So when you started to bring the internet into the country, what was the main goal that you're looking at in the previous years? Like, have you been able to achieve it or not? Or we are in the process of getting there? As Mr. Toby spoke about, we have a long way to go. So I wanted to find out what was the main goal of bringing the network into our country in those years, and have you been able to achieve it? If you're able to achieve it, how were you able to achieve it as you're moving forward to 2020 to face of the industrial revolution, and how things are also migrating from the manual to the automation aspect as well? Thank you.
Can we answer? Can we pick up all the questions?
Okay, basically, agent of a company called Digital Equipment Corp. And that company was a networking company. And they built Unix machines, Ultrix machines. And those machines were what were used as the backbone of the internet at that time. So the building block for be able to sending out messages at that time was already in those Unix boxes. So through that, we were able to set off
and the challenges you've encountered in terms of our government systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Billy James, and I'm excited having my seniors here. My quick question, looking at all the submissions, I didn't see who actually championed
private sector. But policy was. Way for the initial developments. Yeah, but we also talk about services. But you talk about public sector under his leadership at NITA. we had e-services. Okay.
The initial setting up was, like you said, I mean, somebody's interest, somebody's, what do you call it, his personal achievement. He wanted something to do. I wanted to bring us closer to what is being done outside, bridge the digital divide, if you want to say that, put it that way. Private, I mean, his own individual initiative. However, where we are today, it's a utility that's necessary for everybody, so it's regulated. Right, it's regulated by a body, NCA, which was formed to regulate frequencies and stuff like that, but now mandated to regulate communications, also to regulate the communication, which includes internet access and all the other forms of communication that we know today. NCA requires that, as part of its the license it gives to the providers, requires that they cover every part of the country. And today, as we sit, 94% of population coverage has 2G, which is not very much for data, but at least we are talking about 68% of the population is being covered by 3G. And right now we're at about 48, by next year we'll get to about 55% of the country being covered by 4G. So to a large extent, that's why I keep saying, to a large extent, we are in a good place. We are in a place where a lot of countries are not, believe me. The second part that you raised, and sorry, I mean, forgive me, I may seem a little insensitive about this, but please forgive me. Ghana has some of the cheapest data rates in the world. There's a, what they call it, just go and look at the map of data, what they call it in the world, data services in the world, look at it. You see some of them are green, light green, red, and stuff like that. Ghana is one of the cheapest in the world. Believe me, I know that Ghana data is cheaper than South Africa. I can tell you for a fact. It's cheaper than, I think Nigeria is probably better than us, but the African countries here, Ghana has very cheap data. The problem, and I agree with you, that we need to make it affordable to others, but it's difficult to make it affordable based on the imports, how much you pay for. We are poor. So it is what it is. They cannot afford it. You get what I mean? And affordability comes with economics of scale. The more people who can pay, the cheaper it will become. So, sorry, I may sound insensitive, but it is what it is, in my opinion.
Okay, let me just close it with these few remarks. I think the point I wanted to make is that he was asking who is responsible to move this thing forward. Of course, Dr. Sani said it's a government and policy issue. And one of the things that have been established over the years is what we call the universal service obligation, which is fund that has been specifically to, provide service to the underserved. And so we have an institution, GIFEC, Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communication, and that is their role. Currently, they are doing a number of rural projects, and one of the things that they do is to ensure that perhaps they put infrastructure for service providers to provide service to these underserved areas so that at least it becomes a little more affordable. But for Aiteboli and his team, they have to recover costs. They can't just give everything out.
I think, well, you see, there are two ways you can do it. Policy-wise, you can have what we call cross-subsidy. Okay? Why? Because the rural folk produce the food we eat, and we buy the food at very cheap rates. Okay? So if we produce the data, whatever they need, there should be kind of a barter, right? Okay? So in terms of data, maybe the city should cross-subsidize the rural folk. You know, which they do. But the other factor has to do with economies of scale. Okay? So usually you talk about volume discount. Okay? If you can increase the economy, enhance the rural economy, to the extent that they will need so much data, right? So once the market size in the rural economy increases, the prices will come down. So it's economics. So if we can find a way of bringing up the rural economy, more industries in the rural settings, cottage industries, that will require internet, for that matter, data services. You know, certainly there will be, the prices will come down, right? So I think these are things that we have to, ways that we have to talk about. And there are so many ways we can increase the rural economy. For instance,
it's okay. It's okay. Victor would like to just say one or two stuff.
Thank you, Maud. I think it's just a comment and build on what Alain mentioned this morning about some kind of technology in a village. So the Internet Society have on one of its big projects is community networks. Because as Eric and everyone mentioned, we still have a lot of people to connect. And they are not going to be connected as consumers, saying that they are not going to wait for operators to come to connect the village. We need to empower them to build and operate their own network. This is where the chapter can come in with policy advocacy. That means the government needs to review and see how that can happen. It means licenses, spectrum management. It costs money for operators to pay. They pay a lot of money to get license to operate networks. Like we work with the chapter in South Africa, work with government, and they review the law on spectrum allocation and licenses, and now they have what they call special licenses for non-commercial networks. So that in a village, a cooperative or of community can build and operate their network. You don't need 4 years in college to maintain a network. So we can teach those people, and then in the village, they can, if the network go down, they don't wait for someone from Accra to travel to go there and fix it. And that was a mistake that most of governments say, we need to connect villages, and they go there, they build a center, they put a VSAT computers, and the community was not involved in the planning and the operation. And they finished the project, and a few years later, the center was closed and not operational. So this is not, we are not going to say government or private sector want to connect everyone. They're going to do their part, but the Internet Society really believe if we empower people and give them the skill needed to build small network and operate them, that's a more sustainable way to really bring the internet to everyone. That's what just a comment that I want to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. We are grateful for your time. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, I've been introducing everyone. My name is Maud Ashon Elliott. I'm a lecturer at the University of Professional Studies and an executive with ISOC in charge of education. Thank you. So next on the agenda, presidents. We want to move on to one of the major agenda we have today, and that would have to be with ISOC Ghana Pioneers Recognition.
Thank you very much. We are going to have a late coffee break and then combine with our lunch. But let's exercise patience to move the program to one of the main reasons why we are here. Francis mentioned that this year we were the third all over the world for the chapter-thon, second in Africa. I would like to invite the one who brought the project for him to come and talk about the project in 3 minutes. Francis, thank you very much.
Yes, hello. My name is Francis. Hello, my name is Francis Sardito. I am, well, a member of ISOC. I am also a computer programmer with the University for Development Studies and also an ICT for development researcher. I'm doing my PhD with a university in Amsterdam called the Vrije Universiteit. The project that we did was for Chapterton 2019 concerned connecting the unconnected. As we're talking about rural areas, I was actually surprised that no one mentioned the issue of literacy, because we're talking about 2G, 3G, 4G, but the people we are talking about in these rural areas a lot of them don't speak English, they don't write English, they don't read. So even if you give them 4G networks and mobile phones and all the access, the data might still be useless to them because they can't really understand what you are giving them. And that was the concept or the problem we needed to solve with the concept that we had. So we focused on voice technologies instead, in the manner of taking information from the internet, converting it to voice in a language that the people speak and broadcasting it to the people instead. So we did this by using a Raspberry Pi, which we deployed in the village. Now, thankfully, the Raspberry Pi already has a radio transmitter inbuilt in it. So we're able to use this to transmit any audio file that we can have on the Raspberry Pi. To get the files on the Raspberry Pi, we created a system where you can call into the device through a normal GSM network and then record a message, and then this message is transmitted. Alternatively, you could get a file, a recorded file, and then play the file over the call and record it onto the network. Another method is to have pre-recorded files on the Raspberry Pi. So for example, let's say an example of weather information. We can have files that say, for example, in a local language that already say, let's say today there will be rain, or today there will be no rain, and we can simply trigger which message should be transmitted based on weather forecast from the internet. So in this way, we are basically taking what is on the internet, converting it to voice, converting it to a local language, and transmitting to rural areas. And basically, that is what we did. Yes, yes. I think the video will say exactly what I'm trying to say, or what I'm saying. Thank you.
That was a summary of the chapter-thon, so now the project, right? You don't have it on your laptop? Send me the link, right? When it was uploaded. Just upgrade that from YouTube. I hope this one is connected enough.
Africa, we have about 1 trillion people who are. Africa, we have about 1 billion people who are not connected to the internet. That is almost 70% of the continent. This is not just because of infrastructure alone, but there are so many other issues. The internet actually has a big problem. It is in text for the most part, and it is also in English for the most part. The other languages that are readily available are not languages that a lot of the unconnected speak or write, because majority of the people who are not connected cannot speak English, or cannot write, or cannot read. And so there is needed a way to connect these people to the internet. In rural Ghana, people in rural communities do not get access to information which we would normally get from the internet. For this reason, information like weather forecasts, prices of crops, prices of seeds, information on farming practices are unavailable to these people simply because they have access to an internet that they can actually use. For RadioNet, we use Raspberry Pi, which is a plug computer. The device, we host it in the community. It receives phone calls from wherever we are, so we are able to call into the device, leave a message.
Welcome to RadioNet. Record a new message after the beep and press #1#.
This message can then be transmitted within the community over FM frequency. The community members tune their radio sets and they can hear the recordings that have been left on the device. This gives us the ability to call in and send any kind of information, whether it's weather information, market prices, information on planting. All they simply need to do is tune into their radio sets and they can hear the broadcast being sent out from the Raspberry Pi. Future adaptations of RadioNet would include, very importantly, a way for the communities to be able to communicate back to us.
Thank you. Well, this is the project that has led us to win, or to be the third in the chapter-thon all over the world. Thank you. Now, we are moving to the next stage to recognize the pioneers of the chapter. ISOC was founded or created officially in 1996 in July. At that time, some people were there. We managed to get their information and we will read them here for us to thank them. We have Professor Quaynor. We have Mr. William Tevi, Madame Nancy Dote, Mr. Aite Boule, Mr. Eric Akumia, Mr. Johnny Nete, Mr. Solomon Botella, Mr. Maxwell T, Emmanuel Mate, Mr. Mike Bedu, Mr. Rex Mashu, Mr. William Osei Kofi, Mr. Charles Edu Ansa, Mr. Fred Bennett, Mr. David Kumi, Mr. Samoa Kroduya, Mr. Felix Duku, Mr. Dakwa, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Godfred Oforison, Mr. Antoinette Bediaku. All these staff members were part of NCS. Now, there were other members who were not part of NCS at that time. We have Dr. Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, Mr. Daniel Obobi, Mr. Befi Edumaku, also Edumaku, Mr. Joseph Kobla Eklu, Dr. Timothy Asiedu, Mr. Eric Adodankwa, Madam Vera Doku Akumia. You know, there's no more powerful word to express your appreciation than the magic word we call thank you. Thank you very much, pioneers of ISOC. May God bless you. We want to see you more involved in our activities. Let's go. Now, we are moving to the next stage. ISOC Global has identified in their database those who are still active. I'll invite Victor to come and talk about them and do the ceremony to them. Victor. Prof. Quaynor is part of those, but I think he's over there granting interview to TV3. So I'll find my way to him and pull him from them. Okay. We are closer to the event, the first part.
I know we need to go have lunch, so I won't be long. As I mentioned in the presentation in the morning, our community is really key in the work that the Internet Society does. And sometimes, as Marcus mentioned, we need to appreciate that voluntary work. And we have young people here, and I want to stress on it that all the pioneers that we mentioned, they did all that on top of their day-to-day or professional commitment. They did it because they want to serve the community. It was a voluntary. They did not expect any payment or anything else. They just want to support the development of the internet in Ghana. So the Internet Society truly believes those people who volunteer should always be showcased so that they can inspire others to do the same. So Marcus mentioned that we went through our database. Some of them are not active today. Some of them still active, despite the increase of their commitment or professional or other commitment. They still support the chapter. They still want the chapter to continue to evolve based on the idea that they had. So on this, I will now take the role of our Vice President in charge of global engagement. So I think we now have a position of Vice President in charge of the community at ISOC. That truly shows how community is important in the work Internet Society do. So I think I will start. I need to call here Professor Quaynor. So, on behalf of the Internet Society Vice President in charge of community engagement and development, it's a great honor for me to hand over to Professor Quaynor this certificate of appreciation in grateful recognition of his leadership, dedication, and service in promotion of the vision and the mission of the Internet Society in Ghana, in Africa, and around the world. Thank you very much. I'd like to call here Eric Akumia. I need to say the same thing. So on behalf of the Internet Society Vice President in charge of community engagement and Development. It is a great pleasure for me to award to you this certificate of appreciation in grateful recognition of your leadership, dedication, service in promotion of the vision and mission of the Internet Society in Ghana, in Africa, and around the world. Thank you very much. And congratulations.
You read it.
We have the third person here, Godfred Farison, and unfortunately she...
Godfred Oforison.
Yeah, Marcus, I need your help here. So the person was not able to attend the event, so I will hand over the certificate to the chapter president so that on behalf of the Internet Society, the chapter will find the opportunity to transmit the certificate.
You haven't finished. Okay. No, we take a group picture. No, you sit down. No, sit down. Yeah. Thank you very much. As I said, the most powerful magic word is thank you. And when you are told thank you, it gives you more energy to do better. Thank you very much. Now, we are moving to the next stage. If you are here today as ISOC members, somebody is behind. He did so many that I will find it difficult to mention all. Even the program of today, when we finished, I went to him. His touch made it more powerful. I will invite Mr. Akumia, who knows him well, to tell us a little bit about him before we give him the award. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I think we all know Prof. I mean, the first time I got in touch with him was when he taught me assembly language at the University of Ghana, Department of Computer Science. And since then, a lot has happened. He's done a lot of things across the entire world. And I have just been privileged to be part of some of the great things that he's achieved, starting from way back in '95 when I started working with him. The pioneer to bring internet into the whole of West Africa. So the effort that NCS, led by Dr. Quaynor, he actually came from the US where he had every opportunity to make more money, back to Ghana and started to build this whole internet infrastructure that we see today. And that actually gave us a leadership position within the internet community. Then he got as one of the first Africans to manage the top level country code domain name, that's .gh, way back in 96, is it 95 or 96? You know, so Ghana was one of the first countries, thanks to his effort, to bring internet access and also to manage the top level domain, and a number of things then after ensued. For instance, and most of us did not know, through him, we won a contract in the US to build software for a US company in 1997. So we had a team of engineers from Ghana going to the US. And that is a landmark thing that happened. IET and Co. were part of that team. They built software for an American company way back in 1997. And that is a remarkable achievement. These are the sites that we don't hear very often. And of course, and we know a lot. I recall when we also, he became the first board member for ICANN after it was set up initially. And a lot of effort on the African continent. For instance, in 2000, the AFNOG, which is African Network Operators Group training capacity building, which takes place every year, started. And a lot of the people in Africa today who manage different networks, they are thankful. All the big people you see in Africa today in network management is because of Professor Quaynor, whose foresight brought about this AFNOC program that is ongoing over 20 years today. He's done a number of things, including setting up the Africa top-level domain organization in, I think, 2002. In Africa, all the managers of CCTLDs have an organization, and Professor Quaynor is the one who started that organization. For the Network Information Center, the African Network Information Center, Professor Quaynor was the initiator and the first chairman of the board of AfriNIC that we know today as the management of IP and systems. And so many other firsts within the African community, set up different institutions, including AfricaCert, and so many. If I'm going to list those ones, it's going to be many. Then in, I think, 2007, Prof was the first African to win the John Postel Award. Today we have Alain, who is the son. We're all the sons, okay? He's the son. He's also won that award. And I think among Africa, these are a few things that we've seen. He's also won other prestigious awards, including the ICANN Ethos Award for multi-stakeholderism. He's won so many awards that we cannot number them. But the long and short of it is, Africa Internet today is because of Professor Narku Quaynor. He has impacted so much, built the institutions of the internet in Africa. And for this, at least as the chapter and as the place from where he comes, we are honoring him with a special award, which, I don't know whether you mentioned the award, which is the Ni Quaynor Hien Nyelo Award. We cannot always take Oyibo language to do. Now we want to use our own language. So we are saying Ni Quaynor Hien Nyelo Leadership Award. Hien Nyelo as a pace setter, so with a round of applause. So shall we, with a standing ovation, welcome Prof. I don't know whether the pioneers can join us here. Dr. Sani, Aitebule, Mr. William Tevi, please come and let's honor this man who has impacted the whole of internet in Africa and the world with his effort, his foresight, and his dedication to the internet. The John Postel Award. Okay, so I read what is on the plug. So the 2019 Internet Hien Nyelo Award presented to Narku Quaynor for his meritorious contribution to the development of the internet in Ghana and Africa. So that's the, so now the president will hand over the flag to him. Thank you very much, Prof, for all the impact. I mean, all of us here, we have been impacted, and we're in leadership when it comes to internet technology in different areas. Thank you very much for your effort, and thank you for everything that you've done for us, for Africa. Thank you. So you let me speak.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, I think I'll hand over the mic to Prof. Quaynor to say some few words.
Oh, Alain, are you going? Let me finish. Sister, because you are the big son.
Well, this is very interesting. Well, I'd like to thank you all for the appreciations and recognition that you have shown me. And that may be the true spirit of the internet. But I hope you note I'm spotting a dot Africa, okay, which means I'm still with the with Africa. Okay, I have not left. Okay, it's interesting the topic you chose for securing IoT, because in a way I've been working with microprocessors and controllers for a very long time, since the 70s. So it means that you knew something about, about me. Of course, I was an instructor at International Center for Theoretical Physics on microprocessors in those days. Even the Chinese learned it from us, you know. I taught in Hefei in China. This must be 88, thereabouts or so, okay. And I'm also part of the lab at UCC. And interestingly enough, the tutorials at AFNOG IoT, I dabbled there as well. One of the my students is there. Ike, he runs the lab. By the way, Ghana.com also builds IoT products, okay? They have a nice product which is like a vending machine that is made up of all IoT things, but it takes cash and it gives you virtual products, okay? Ranging from Momo to, you know, Bitcoin. I didn't say it, but I said it. You know? Yeah, well, it's there, no? But in with virtual pro, at least you get a concept. So I think that's also an interesting thing. I've also had chance to play with the security area, especially because of this, my son here, who is one of the few Africans who have, you know, is a crypto officer of the internet. He has a key to the root zone, they call it, no? Root zone. I mean, I don't know what it is, but it's DNS and it's at the root, no? Okay, something like that. So, and of course, the history for me is that in my early years, I worked on something which is reappearing because you guys like encryption. And that is, how do you conceal, you know, we call it confinement. How do you, you know, handle information flow security? You know, it's when information is flowing, I could actually leak it by just the noise the disk makes or the lights that the CPU, you know. If I check your salary and it's above something, I'll blink the light. I've leaked it. See? So how do you confine those things? And today that you have encryption and things, now the question is, how do I leak it when you have encryption? Okay, and maybe I'll use the metadata that you pass me to do my leaking, you know, so I can play. So these are interesting things anyway. So kudos for this. But as usual, I should take chance to say a few troubling things if I can, no? Because I shouldn't just say only nice things. So let me try and, what we've been discussing are the foundations of the chapter, okay, and the spirit and the sacrifices that it takes, okay, to get the internet started. Okay. But too often people think that the history doesn't exist and that this thing starts when they arrived. Okay, but that's not true. Okay, we put aside all our feelings, emotions. Most things started long ago, like you've heard. This thing people have been sacrificing for it for a very long time. And success with internet technology comes to those who believe in togetherness as in a networked economy. So if you don't really believe in that, networking, and you are thinking of only yourself, generally, success won't come. It will not come. I'll just be honest with you. It won't come. Now, somebody discovers somebody. There was a late professor who discovered me, F.K. Alote. And he just passed away maybe a year, 2 years ago or so. And he warned me that I should not become the Boucher of computer science. You wonder who is Boucher. Boucher is the first African PhD in physics. Okay? And he graduated from Yale around 1876. Physics, Yale University to be exact. Now, you can imagine the climate at that time was such that he couldn't do anything. Right? He couldn't do anything. So he ended up, a teacher in a black institution somewhere in Pennsylvania. So what he was telling me is, don't become the Boucher of computer science, because he saw that I was one of the earliest PhDs in this field, and he was concerned that I could also suffer the same fate. Okay. So this story has to be told. Okay. Now, in fact, I did suffer the fate, as you know, in our history, right? I mean, we were stripped of everything, right? Our company got crashed, and people are still stripping, People are still stripping. They haven't finished. They are stripping the GH2, so you get ready. It may have an impact, you never know. But anyway, the whole idea was that before he died, he confessed that in spite of what has happened, I was still, in a way, very far from Boucher. So I think that demonstrates perhaps some good things about our the situation we are in. And I'd like to thank everyone for that outcome, because it could have been worse, is what I'm saying. It could have been worse. To have a large company like NCS shut down, doing $2.3 million a year, and still be alive today, to talk about it, I think is a commendable thing. Okay. My last comment is that we need to pay attention to, how maybe this network environment is supposed to develop. And as I pointed out at Cotonou just a week ago, we typically talk plenty when we are not sure what to do. Because when you really are sure, you do it quickly. So we shouldn't be enamored with just discussing the material. You see, we should just act on it. Okay? So the moment you are certain what it is, then you should be acting. The reason why I'm saying this, it's a well-known phenomenon in science, that principle in science, that, which goes something like this. Knowing the name of a thing or a phenomenon does not really mean that you understand how the phenomenon works. So there are lots of people banding words around, tossing them around, but they don't really quite understand how it works. So in essence, I'm asking you to take time to understand what the phenomenon of the internet is. Okay, it's much more complicated than meets the eye. And that means that you're not going to do it through incubation centers and hubs and so on. Those are add-ons. If you don't have a good, strong background, these guys here, they are here because their background is strong. I'm telling you, I've checked many of them, their background. They are here because their background is strong. And they've been tested. Many of them were trained to be able to work 72 hours without sleep. When your satellite is gone, are you going to go and sleep? And it's the only link. It's the only link you have for the whole region. For example, are you going to sleep? No, you can't. So it's background and your commitment to the field, which for me is most important. And so there's a difference between the user and the provider. You see, if you want to be just a market, okay, but if you want to be someone contributing to these things, then you better beef up and commit. Okay, commit to wanting to see it develop, and that's very important. We have a heavy responsibility of freeing our society from domination by those who have technology. Okay, and I mean it. We've been fighting this thing for long. You do have that responsibility. Of course, I trust that we will each play our role in this mammoth effort. So with that, I thank you very much for this recognition. Okay, I think I cannot finish without showing the success of some of our work. We are all successful, but one is uniquely successful for this year. For this year, maybe not next year, but this year. And the Postel Award is a very unusual award, and so I'd like to invite him to say a few words. He's not from Ghana, but he's always been with us. Alain Aina is from Benin, but he works out of Togo. I already mentioned his role in being a crypto officer, but he's also been with us throughout AFNOG and all the things that we've been doing. Now, this award is significant because it's named after Postel, who was replaced by all of ICANN. Okay? Meaning he was the one person who kept the internet, studiously going in a stable way. And this year, we were fortunate. There have been only 3 Africans. That's myself and Pierre Wodrago. But this year, we were fortunate that his caliber was determined by the elders of the internet as befitting, and his approach, his community work, as befitting that of Postel. And so he received the award, and I'd like to also congratulate him for it in the Ghanaian community. And then I give him chance, I give you to say a few words.
To say a few words? No, just to thank you for being a leader, and I'm also glad to see some of the people we work with. But something happened a few days ago that one of the Africans wrote on the mailing list complaining that this award was given to me because they were just looking for diversities and they gave it to the Africans. I don't know if you read. Those who are on Afrinic policy discussion list. So I'll just leave it to you. I hope you react to it if you think you deserve reactions. But this tells you how Africa is and why we should keep fighting, as Prof just said. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we will go to the cafeteria down there. I'm sure the lunch is also ready, but our first coffee break is also there. But before we go, let's start. Should we come forward to for a group picture? Please, let's move forward and take a group picture with Prof. Please, Prof, hold the award. Yeah, let's move forward. Okay. Paparazzi, you. Some can even sit down. What's the paparazzi? Okay. No, I want to take this chair and sit in front of him. Please. I want to sit in front of him. Yeah. Few minutes. Somebody, just a moment. To the. I said we should come together.
Citation.
I
want to frame it from you.
Frame from you. Oh, okay. No, cafeteria. Excuse me. The cafeteria I'm talking about is down the BAM library. Do you know there? You know there. Please, Vincent, Vincent, promise here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Let me finish the photograph business and come back. Give me 5 minutes. Is it okay? You want to take a picture of him? Yeah. This is the one back of the project that one. You want to take a special picture with Marcus? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Please, he want to take picture with him. Special request. No worry.
to the internet, then we are okay. It's all about Internet of Things. Now, connecting to the internet, we have so many ways that we can connect onto the internet. Having the ability to send and receive information that makes that particular thing smart. So we can, as much as program anything at all, as long as it has the ability to communicate, sending and receiving of data. That is what we talk about anytime we talk about Internet of Things. So now in our homes, everywhere, we have devices that goes on. I have a friend who I think is in France. He moved to a new apartment, and he said he had to spend over 1 week, and all what he was doing is just configuring every device at home, from the washing machine to the dishwasher, microwave, everything he has to configure it so that it can communicate over the internet. That is what we got into. That is Internet of Things. So now everything at all around us has the capability, as long as it can transfer and receive data. Yes. As I said, the things, basically we are looking at sensors and actuators, right? We have things that sense, right? Sense, then we have things that also act on it. So we have all these devices now that we can't finish name. If I want to name the things, we can't, because it's a thing. Even if this chair, we can let it communicate to internet. That when you sit, it can tell you when somebody is sitting on it or it is empty. Internet of Things. As long as it can send and receive data. So the processor, one of the main things, the processor reaches the state of things. That is through the sensor, and controls them through what? Actuators. So two things. We talk about sensors and actuators when we talk about Internet of Things. So this is just a sample. So now we are surrounded by so many things. Collecting data every day. They say this watch is a smartwatch. It collects data about me every single day. It tells me the number of steps I've taken within the day. At times I think it's lying, but it still gives me that kind of data. Anything that I need. And all these things, this data can be sent. I mean, it's so much we can do about the Internet of Things. Yeah, so everything from cars and all that. Now a system, as I said, it should have a processor, it should communicate with the protocol, and normally we need some user interfaces to see what is happening. Once they are communicating, we at the background, we should see what is happening. So we need, and for those who like to program the things, you need the programming language to make sure these things work. There is something like an ecosystem now. We need devices that can communicate on the internet. 4G is going, 5G is in. Then devices from our farm, from everywhere, we can collect all these devices, and these devices we can share with the whole world. We need applications to work. As I said, you need user interfaces. So for us, I'm talking, most of the things I'm talking about UCC, right? For us, we find a nice way. Although students build their own stuff, I find a nice way. We have something called Quaynor that gives us our ability to connect our devices. Then it can collect data and tell us everything. Devices that we use, processor we use, we know about the Raspberry Pi, we know about Arduino. These are two things. I won't talk much about them. You can go and read on them. These are powerful devices that allows us to control all these devices. Now, the Quaynor that I said, it can collect data over time. You can connect your Raspberry Pi, you can connect your Arduino, you can connect a LoRaWAN. So many devices at all. Raspberry Pi, back again. Now we have different versions. The current version is version 4, which has so much capacity. I believe the information here, some laptops now even don't have this information. So it's so powerful that it can, communicate, do so many things. We can program it, connect devices, and do a whole lot with the Raspberry Pi. Then an ideal solution, looking at the cost of a Raspberry Pi, I mean, the cost runs between this, right? Depending on what you want to do with it, whether it's Raspberry Pi 3, Pi 2, any one you want, it goes here. Now, an ideal solution that we use most of the times is the ESP32 and ESP8266. It's quite cheap. It has the ability to communicate over the internet. It has the ability to communicate over the Bluetooth as well. And it's cheap, it do so. I mean, just that doesn't have that 1 gig RAM, 2 gig RAM, doesn't have all the spaces, but it still have the ability to do so many things. And those who are scared, the students who are scared of working with C++ and stuff and want to do Python, this also has the ability to do micro Python, which is just an aspect of Python, but it's micro, so it's a bit lighter than Python. And there is an example of the ESP32, and with other components that we can connect onto it. Most of the things that we do there as students, so we train them at the lab, so we get different devices that they work with. Then one of the main communication protocols that we use is the MQTT. That is message queuing telemeter transport. It is quite easy, and it works in a way of, let's say, publishing and like a publisher and a subscriber, right? So the publishing house is just publishing, they are publishing the data, right? So for example, Twitter, you decide on where to get information from, as simple as that. So you don't get every information. So you choose where to get the information from. So that is how it works. So if a device is publishing, you can decide to subscribe to specific information from that device, then you get it. So this is how it works, and it makes easy thing. Programming language, you can use all this programming language when it comes to Internet of Things. As much as you want, if you are comfortable with the programming language, and most of the time the difficulty is getting sort of libraries, right? The language that can give you easy access to libraries, people are used to those ones, easy. For our lab, normally we use C. When we are teaching the students, we use C, and they hate it to their core because they don't get things easily. They have to write in most of the things themselves, and they hate it. But after that, they are easy to go with Python, where at a click, they get everything they need. It's easy. So the language, there are so much that we can use the languages for. So the Cayenne helps us also. It uses the MQTT, as I said. Then it has topics and payloads. It helps us to communicate. So once I set up a Cayenne, I can easily get information about the device. Once I connect using some authentication, I can get every information about the device. Whatever I connect to the device, I can also work with it. So it's an example that we have a device that is collecting the light intensity. This is an LED that we can just put on and off. You can control the LED wherever you are in the world. Using this Cayenne, it has a mobile app. You can control devices all over. As long as the device is on and is connected onto the internet. Two things, Internet of Things. So we need the internet, we need the things as well for communication. The Cayenne also gives us a nice platform where we can see history. So for example, if the students did a project where they did something like a small weather station, they put the weather station there. Over time, it can collect data. You can look at the history. It plots graphs for you nicely like this. Use cases. We can use Internet of Things to do so many things. So from our healthcare to our homes, we did a project. It's unfortunate the student wanted to come here to come and do, but they are writing exam today. As I'm speaking, some of them are still writing exams, so they couldn't come. They have a home system, like a smart home, where they can control the AC, control the light, everything, just by this, how do you call it, Internet of Things. They use the Raspberry Pi, they use the MQTT for communication. So they wanted to come and show. Healthcare, yes, you can do. A student did something nice where you can just stand there. It's one of the simplest things that we did. You stand and it just checks your height. And it's on the mobile phone, so you use the mobile phone to collect this data. You can do a lot of things with Internet of Things. So just my last slide. There's a forecast that by the end of this year, we'll have about 14.2 billion connected things. By the time we get to 2021, we are rating 25 billion. So the question I ask myself is, how many of these devices are in Ghana? Question number one. Question number two, how many of these devices were produced, manufactured in Ghana by Ghanaians? That is where we have to look at. That is where we have to go. So I entreat all of us, if you have the idea, let's all go. There's so much to learn. There's so much to to be done. You can program it yourself. Devices are very cheap. When you buy it, when they package it nicely for you, it is very expensive. Well, you can design all these things yourself as cheap as possible. We can do it, and let's all get together to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Isaac. We would open the floor for at least 2 questions, if there is any. 2 questions, if there is any. If not, we would move to. Okay.
Mr. Isaac, good afternoon. I'm Prosper. Please, I wanted to know the software, the Cayenne, is it open source or proprietary?
And our second question, the last, if there is any. Any more?
So the question, let me answer the question again, right? So I said the Cayenne is open source. You just go there, you just have to just sign in and that is it. You bring your own device. If you go, the device is not on Cayenne. As I said, we can program it to bring your own device and everything is there nicely for you. Right.
Any more questions?
Yeah, hello. My name is Joshua Okuno. I'm from UK, CEO of a company called Vicon Consultancy. I have visited this beautiful country, and one thing that amazes me is that I've collected a lot of projects from, very keen, entrepreneurs, and what I realize is that most of these projects are in really what I call they're sort of packaged. They are not sort of productionized. You can design things. You can win awards. To your heart's content. But if at the end of the day you cannot change that particular product into a manufacturing entity, then you just put that particular project under your bed and then that's it. I'm trying to find out whether we are making any efforts in this country to get people to move further, apart from getting a very brilliant idea in using Arduino or using Raspberry Pi with lots and lots of gadgets all connected to it in a box, right? How are they moving forward to eventually get that thing into manufacture in quantities? When you look at AliExpress or you look at Amazon or 1 or 2 places, you see things that are being sold there, and the minimum quantity there is sometimes about 10,000 units. Okay, we want to get there. So what effort are we making to help these startup companies, entrepreneurs, to be able to jump forward to the next stage after the excitement of the manufacturing of the product and demonstrating that it works properly? That is what I find a bit lacking so far. So we have to try to make an effort to move in that direction. So maybe a comment from you would be quite appreciated here. Okay?
So I don't know if I can answer this question because for me, more education bias, right? So my main focus is just train and build engineers, just build the capacity. That is what I. So probably those who do the industrial stuff might be able to answer. But the latest, I don't know. In these countries, at times it's very difficult. Very difficult getting investors. They will come and look at the thing. They will say, "This is very nice. Wow." Then the next day, I mean, why don't then? This is what they will say. Why don't you package this nicely? And but they forget that it's all about money, right? So we need the big guys with the cash to come support the young ones, the startups, to move them forward. They don't come with the cash. I mean, we can't. The thing is, we can't. For us as students or whatever, we just want to learn, we just want to build things. But we also need the financial support. This 10,000, it's all about money. It's all about the money. So at times it's very difficult. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I was trying to tell you that the question he asked is for Joshua, so you should pass it on to him. Okay, and so we learned about the practical aspect of IoT, and we are moving on to our next presentation, which would be done by Joshua Opoku Ajiman. He's the president of the IoT Network Hub, and he's going to give us a talk and a demonstration on IoT applications in Africa.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here this afternoon. Now we've got to find out the men who built the internet for Africa. Now it's up to us, the young generation, to build on top of what they built. And in our generation, we're very fortunate. IoT, 3D printing, robotics happens to be the next phase or the next trending technologies in our generation, which is fueling the fourth industrial revolution. I'll be sharing some of the things we've been doing here in Ghana as far as the next sphere of technology is concerned, and a little presentation too on IoT. He did talk about IoT. I'm also going to go through some space that we're also looking into, because the technologies are all there, the AI are there, 3D printing are there, but then when it comes to the capacity building, we don't have much of them happening. And unfortunately, our universities are not teaching that. It's not part of our curriculum. But this is where the next jobs or the future jobs are all going to be. There's a high rise for data scientists, cyber securities, and unfortunately, all these courses are not being taught in our curriculum. So we as a community, that's where we come in. Without wasting much time, we'll watch some video, 2 videos, then I'll do my presentation, then we'll do a demonstration of what we've been doing here in Ghana as far as IoT is concerned.
Now, all kinds of everyday objects can connect to the internet, including cars, thermostats, sporting equipment, refrigerators, and even shoes. This is known as the Internet of Things. Now, you may be wondering, why would shoes need to connect to the internet? Well, the shoes can collect data, like how many steps you take, which can be viewed from another internet-connected device, like a smartphone. All the metrics collected by the shoes can be analyzed to tell you how many calories you've burned, give you personalized fitness advice, and much more. But the Internet of Things isn't limited to consumer products. There are city trash cans that send alerts when they need to be emptied, sensors on bridges that check for stress or damage to its structure, and many more examples extending to healthcare, manufacturing, and agriculture, among others. Unfortunately, there are also new security concerns. For example, if you have internet-connected locks, a hacker might be able to unlock your front door remotely. And there's the issue of privacy. All of these devices are collecting large amounts of data that can capture your actions and location throughout the day. Often, we don't exactly know all that is being collected or how this information is being used. The Internet of Things is going to grow exponentially over the next few years, bringing with it new benefits and challenges.
Goodwill Community Foundation.
So we have limited time, so we'll pause the video. The video's on YouTube, so when you search for the name, you'll find it. So the video that we watched sort of demonstrates how the future is going to look like. And this future is not far from where we are today. It's actually happening now outside Africa. So when you go to Europe, America, you have this kind of technologies being used in the homes. But then when it comes to Africa, we are catching up, but we need to catch up very fast. Can you please full screen? Okay, so when we talk about IoT or the Internet of Things, there are so many names that describe what people have come up with as IoT. If you heard about smartphones, smartwatch, smart fridges, it means the IoT solution or IoT application. We also have the Internet of Things, where you have a local network with things being connected to the internet. We also have industrial internet, where when you go to manufacturing companies, they've automated all their processes. They also have that too as well. So these are all the terms on the internet that defines IoT or the Internet of Things. My name is Joshua Pokwajiman, and I'm the president for IoT Network Hub. And I'm also run a startup called Personet, which I started when I was 19 years. I call myself an evangelist, and my job as an IoT evangelist is wherever I find myself, I preach about the future of technology, which is IoT. When you talk about IoT, the Internet of Things, it's a combination of software, hardware, technologies that produce trillions of data. Now we are living in a data revolution. So if you can look at the trend of new solutions coming up, it all revolves around information or data. The Uber is about data, not necessarily the car or the passenger. The Facebook, the WhatsApp, it's all about data sharing. And that's the kind of economy that we are in the 21st century. And IoT is going to empower it to make data very easier and faster. When you talk about IoT, any device that can transmit and then receive data over the cloud, it can be called an IoT device. And anything, it could be living or non-living things. So I'll talk about some of the use cases of IoT, and you get to see in our normal day-to-day activities, some of the application of IoT in that space too. IoT matters because, as I talk, data is the new oil now. So everything is about information now. The speed and accessibility to information, and the time of getting it, and the comfort of it. These are all what goes into making IoT very, very relevant for our economy now. When it comes to business and our lives too, it helps in solving problems and adding values to our businesses and lives. IoT has 4 life cycles. So before you can have IoT product to the market, you have to consider or be able to even build an IoT product. These are the 4 cycles that it goes through. We have the data collection part, the communication part, which they built the foundation already, the internet that we have. We also have the analyze part and then the act part. So the first part has to do with collecting of data, and then analyzing and processing this data, and then being able to build trigger alerts based on the data we collect and analyze, and then being able to take action either by machine or by human. So when it comes to collection, we have sensors collecting data everywhere. So very soon, our cars already have sensors, a lot of them, but very soon these sensors data will be collected remotely. So currently we have GPS trackers in our vehicle collecting locations of vehicle. A time will come, we'll be able to collect fuel data, number of passengers in the car data. Even when somebody put off seatbelts, you could be able to collect all those data remotely and know what is happening in the car. When it goes to the offices, to be collecting data in our homes and in our manufacturing plants too. We have a wide range of sensors. So for every data that you want to collect, we require specific sensors. And we have a diverse of them on the market for data collection. We have communication technologies that are also being used. So after data has been collected and communicated, it's either you push it to a cloud platform or a private data center or a home network. When it comes to connectivity, we have this low powered area connectivity and wide area power connectivity. So if you want to do probably only your home network on IoT, you might go for any of this, either Bluetooth, ZigBee, or Z-Wave. But if you're looking at a wide area like community-wide, nationwide, you might consider either going for low and 6 5G or TV white space. We also have 2G for rural areas where there's no connectivity at all. You can also use 2G technology for connectivity. After data has been collected and communicated, we need to make sense of the data we collect. And that's where we have the machine learning coming up. So the high rise of machine learning, AI, data scientists, it's up to the demand for data processing, because we're looking at collecting trillions of data, and human can't look at this data and make sense of it. So we need to build intelligent systems that can learn from the data and be able to make smart decisions with them. We're also looking at building reports and filtering and paring down of the data. When it comes to analytical platforms that are out there that you can use, we have the WASI Hub, which was built for Africa, and it's open source. You can use it. We have ThinkSpeak, Blink, and others also as well. So most of them here are all open source that you can use to build IoT product. After data has been collected, communicated, and analyzed, now there's the action part. That's where human will come in. So we leave machine to do all the boring works for us, and after the machine decide what the results has been, we now come in to take decision whether to do something or just leave it. So we have the machine-to-machine communication, an instance where probably a car gets to a door, an entrance of a door, then the sensor sends the car, and it ultimately opens the door for the car to go inside. Or probably a human gets to the entrance of a door, then it senses your presence, then it opens the door for you. So these are machine to machine. It doesn't need human intervention to open that door. And we have notification where after the system has analyzed everything, it sends you notification. We also have the action where after everything has been analyzed, an action is being sent to you to make a decision by tapping the button or pressing something. IoT today. So IoT has been commercially been in existence for some few years now, less than a century, a decade, sorry. And these are some of the predictions that were made 5 or 6 years ago. So according to McKinsey Global Report in 2013, they said by 2025, which is like 5 years or 6 years from now, we're going to have $3 to $3 billion economic impact only from IoT. From Gartner too said by 2020, we're going to have 300 billion revenue from IoT market. We're going to have 25 to 200 billion devices connected to the internet. According to Intel, they also said that on the average, everybody, by next year, you're going to have 7 devices connected to the internet. So probably your phone, your watch, your bag, or something else will be connected to the internet. And they also said that, according to global media, that was 2017, they said 1.7 billion machine-to-machine connection will be in existence. So this is more of industrial sector. And that's why we see some companies laying off staff, because they are automating most of their process with robots. So they're also bringing their machines to the internet, replacing human beings. And on the average, they said they spend 30 megabytes, from 64 to 30 megabytes from 2012 to 2017. That's what machines are consuming on a monthly basis. So they're going to compete with human on data consumption. So meet Chris. Chris is the world's most connected person. This is how our life is going to be very soon. Everything we're going to wear is going to be connected to the internet. So we're going to have the smartwatch, the Google Glass, we have a fit band collecting temperature of our body, our movement, and etc. When it comes to IoT applications in instances or unique use cases, we have this, for instance. So currently, if you want to do a cardio rehabilitation, this is the process you go through. Where's my light? Okay, so this is the process you go through, and somebody have to do this for you. It will take 15 minutes. You can't shower. You can't do any activity when you have this on you. But then there's a smart version of this, which is like a vest that you can put on, and then you'll be able to sleep and do everything. So that's the revolution of IoT in cardio rehabilitation. We also have a smart AC. You can program the AC that every month you want to spend 10 cities or 20 cities on AC, and then based on your budget, the AC will be able to adapt to your need. We also have a smart fork, which track your eating habits, tells the number of time you eat, how fast you eat, and just by eating food, you go to collect all this data from what you eat. So the time will come, machines can predict whatever you're eating, how fast you eat, and the temperature of the food you've been eating. We also have a smart toothbrush. So this smart toothbrush also monitor your brushing hygiene, and it can also prompt you if you forget to paste in a day. So these are where like all the things of IoT is taking us to. We have a smart card. With this smart card, can hold whatever you put in from 5 to 7 days. It's chargeable. It can last for 60 minutes for charging, and it can hold up to 30 ounces of whatever liquid you put inside. We have a smart egg tray. We all have issues with our egg going bad without knowing. You only find out when you want to use it. You crack it only to realize it's smelling. That's when you know it's bad. So with this solution, you can have real-time notification on your phone. The device can predict when the egg is going to go bad and which egg to use. We also have the smart cylinder. So in our case, when your cylinder is running out, you never know until your food is on, hungry, waiting for it to be served, only to realize your gas is out and you can't get your food too. So this also help you monitor the usage of your gas and know when it needs refilling. We have a smart security system. We have hydroponics with this, and the structure over here, you can grow your favorite vegetable or flower in your bedroom with your phone. And there's also a smart bin that is able to tell the collectors whenever they are full so that they dispose it. We have a small robot that can entertain you in your house, monitor your sleeping habit, the atmosphere in the house, and then recommend more like a therapist in your house. So we also have a blood pressure monitor. Currently, if you want to measure your blood, you need to book an appointment, go see your doctor. They wrap something on your shoulder, put some pressure in, put some stuff in their ears before they can tell the results. And this can take like a whole 1 week for you to get the results from the processing to the end. You can have this smart blood monitor device that you just have to wrap it wherever you are at any point in time. You connect your phone, you wrap it, and then you get the results sent to you. We have a smart weather station too as well. We have a smart cooker. You can also cook literally everything from your phone, from wherever you are. You can set up everything, be in the office. By the time you set up in the traffic, you press a button. By the time you get home, food is ready. We also have a smart bicycle that can give you routes and help you dodge traffic. We have a smart mirror that can also help you have access to more information whilst you're dressing. So whilst you're spending time dressing, you can have access to news, pictures, and other stuff. We have a smart lock that allows you to unlock your door either with your phone or tampering. We have a smart socks, the normal socks that we wear. Now, when you wear that socks, you can count the number of steps you walk in a day, the speed at which you walk, the calories you burn in a day, the altitude, and the distance you've been walking. And just by wearing a normal socks or a normal smart socks, you collect all this data. This data are also relevant to the healthcare industry, the sauce manufacturing. You can actually measure the size of your legs by just wearing this socks. So as in when your legs are expanding, it notifies you. So we also have a smart shirt that monitor your body temperature, your breathing, and then help you with your health improvement. So you see the application of IoT, and the underlying thing about IoT is the information, the data. And that data had to be processed and be acted on real time. So you can't wait for a week to get access to this information. IoT brings this data to you real time. So whilst you're living your life, you get more like a smart consultant advising you on whatever decision you have to make every day in your life. And that's the beauty of IoT. I've talked about IoT, I've talked about applications. Now what we are doing here in Ghana, in Africa, is IoT Network Hub. 3 years ago, we started this community at Quaynor ICT Center, and it was born out of the Innovation Week they do organize every year at Quaynor ICT Center. And our vision was to bring engineers. So the panel that talk a lot about, they build the foundation infrastructure. Now what we have to do is build capacity, building the next generation with the skills and knowledge to build solutions to our problems. And that's why we started IoT Network Hub 3 years ago. We're on Facebook, on Twitter, on WhatsApp, online, and we're almost everywhere. So when we started earlier, this was our first group photograph that we had. That was 2017. It had been a very challenging road for us. And when we started we didn't just want to be meeting and talking. So we picked one project called a Smart Home. And through that project, we learned how to understand whatever go into building an IT product. So we've gone through all the cycle. What we're waiting for is Now we should pick problem specific, build a solution for it, and then run it out to our country for people to use it. So this is also a second photo from our meetup on November 2017. And this is our impact today. So as of today, Ghana, we have over 4,500 membership in Ghana. We started a chapter in Nigeria, Gambia, Kenya, and Rwanda. And last month, we have our meetup across all the regions in Ghana and a chapter in Gambia too as well. So this is the population or the number we've been able to grow from the picture you saw earlier to this at our meetup. And we'll be doing this for the past 3 years. Every month we meet. So apart from meeting up to build our capacity, we also saw the need to reach out to the young ones. And robotics happens to be one of the space of IoT network, IoT for instance. So robotics is a subset of IoT, drones is a subset of IoT, driverless cars, they are all part of IoT. So we started robotics training with kids, and we were surprised that these kids were even smarter than we thought. Things that we actually suffer to learn to do, they grasp it and then do it better than we have been doing. And at the end of the training, they learn how to assemble this program for it to move. We have one here that will do a demonstration. And we use that, we build that using local materials like wood, e-waste, and then basic electronic components. So we're hoping that with ISOC, we'll be able to take it to most of the schools around the deprived areas. They'll be able to also get themselves prepared for the future. We also did STEM training at KB. We trained 30 teachers in STEM education and 600 students is also in STEM. We also did a training at the Volta region where we have about 1,000 students. So for the whole week, we had to run training sessions for them. So these are some of the projects we've been working on over the past years. The smart home system, which I have a demo here, we'll do a demonstration. We've also deployed the smart home in one house in Tema. So the whole normal house we have has been converted into smart home. So when somebody gets to your house, you get a notification that somebody has get to your house. When the light comes on, you get a notification that your light has come on. You know how much your fridge is consuming, and any appliances in the house. We also have a smart bin, smart smoke detector, smart fish pond, smart anti-witchfire. We're hoping we'll be able to. The last 3 are still in researching phase. The first 3, we've built prototypes and we've tested them and they're working. So with anti-witchfire, we're hoping we'll be able to build a solution that can give advanced warning of bushfire in the northern part of Ghana. And then when it comes to smart or connected vehicles, if we can connect our vehicles to the internet, we'll be able to predict accidents, faulty, and everything real time. These are some pictures of the process we went through in building some of our products. This is the temperature, humidity node for monitoring temperature and humidity in the house, warehouses, containers, and everywhere that temperature and humidity have to be monitored. We have a switch node for controlling appliances like fridge, TV, lights, and everything in the house. We have a smart smoke detector, which helps detect gas leakage, fire outbreak, and smoke in the house. And we have a smart bin, which also helps to monitor level of bins and send notification whenever they are full. And these are some displays. And everything you see here was built here in Ghana. So the casing was designed, printed with 3D printer in Ghana. The boards were etched and soldered here in Ghana. And they were all programmed here also in Ghana. So in the future, according to Ben Wen, he said anything with battery will have network connection. So the internet now is now open to everything. Everything that had power, we are hoping to connect it to the internet. And the only limit to IoT application, as we went through, is our imagination. So we have to unleash our creativity. And data is the new oil. Now, everybody, all the WhatsApp and Facebook we use are all free. We are the products, the users, myself and you. So data is very important in our generation now. So we need to build systems locally that can help us collect enough data so we can process them to solve our problems. If we don't do this, this is what will happen. We know what happened to our cocoa, right? What is happening to our cocoa? We produce the cocoa, we sell them, they process it in chocolate, we import them back, then we pay for a very high price for it. The same way is going to happen to data. Now we are starting to buy smart fridge, smart TV. Our data is now going, like the cocoa. They will process it and then sell it back to us again. So we have to start building solutions that will help us collect enough data. That brings me to the end of our presentation. If you want to join the community, just open your camera, point to the screen, a link will pop up. You tap on it, then you join the community or WhatsApp. Thank you. So with the demonstration, I hope the internet doesn't fail me. So the disadvantage or the challenges with IoT is internet-based. So when there's no connectivity or poor connectivity, you might not be able to really achieve your results. So from my phone, I'm able to control this light, and I can do this from everywhere I am. So it means you can control your home from your phone. And when you're late to get home and there's darkness, you can turn on your outside or whatever light you want to turn on. When you forget to turn off any appliance in the home before leaving the house, you don't have to go back to turn them off. You can just pick your phone, tap on the button, and then everything goes off. There's also one we have here. I don't know if it's ready to demonstrate. You can also give a command. Just talk to your phone. Then your phone will do everything for you. So you can tell your phone to turn off the lights. Then your phone will issue a command to turn off the light. So this is basically for voice-enabled commands. So those who might not have access to smartphone, we can build a small microphone device that they can just speak to control things in their house. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Joshua. There will be questions, but then we'll keep it for his panel discussion. Next for our presentation is Mr. Marcus, and he would give us what he has.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon again. This presentation is going to introduce you to the primitives of cryptography, the foundation of cryptography. And from there, we'll move to how bad guys can attack IoT and cause damage, and how cryptography can address it. But we'll discuss that during the panel discussion. Okay, good. Good. We'll look at, as I said, a bit of terminologies, the history, the goal and services, type of cryptography. You have the symmetric cryptography, asymmetric, and the hash functions. What does it mean, cryptography? We have two definitions. The first one is the science of using mathematics to encrypt and decrypt message. It's by Phil Zimmermann. And then the second one is the art and the science of keeping messages secure by Bruce Schneier. This man, I like him. Yeah, because to be introduced to cryptography, I used his book in 1995. At that time, his book was banned from being exported to outside of the US. But some of us, we managed to get copies and we use it. Now, what is encryption? Encryption is a process of converting an information or data to a code, especially to prevent unauthorized access. That's the encryption. Now, the decryption is the other way. It's the process of transforming a data that has been encrypted to a plain text. So a cipher is the algorithm normally used to encrypt data and to decrypt data. Are you following? Good. Now, our message in a plain text through a key or a passphrase is transformed with an algorithm to a cipher text. And then through a key, I'm saying a key is back to a plain text. That's a process of encryption and decryption. Now, a crypto system is a set of plain text, encryption algorithm, cipher text, decryption algorithm, encryption key, and decryption keys. Cryptography is to make secure our communication or our text. But cryptanalysis is there to break our cryptographic algorithm and tests. Are you following? Good. And cryptology comprises both cryptography and cryptanalysis. Questions when we finish. Now, history of cryptography, it started with the hieroglyph. These Egyptians writing. Then it started 4,000 years ago. The cipher of Julius Caesar. Those days when he wanted to send messages to his militaries at war, his confidential messages, what he was doing is he would take his text, he wrote a letter, he would pick A, then shift it by 3, then becomes D. You take B, E, and so on and so forth. So the key to revert it is shift backward by 3. Are you following? So, Internet Society Ghana chapter, that's how it has become. Well, these days, if you do that, trust me, within 10 minutes, when I look at this, well, shift by, you can even change the number anyhow. But if you pay attention, you can easily break it down. Now, it was used with Indians and advised by, Kama Sutra to hide their secret relationship. Ladies are supposed to use it to hide their secret relationship. Kama Sutra has their own way of writing. So when you take this one, for instance, the lower half, you take the first half of alphabet and the second one. So you invert it. I, for instance, here becomes what? D, and so on. That's the way it goes. But please, these days, don't do that. Good. Cryptography provides what? Confidentiality, integrity, authentication, and then non-repudiation. I think you know what is confidentiality, isn't it? You know it, isn't it? Sure. You know integrity, authentication, and non-repudiation. No. Well, if you send a mail, cryptography allows you to prevent the sender to deny later that he is the author of the mail. You cannot repudiate, you cannot reject that you are not the author of the documents you emitted. We'll see it very soon. Now, we have 3 cryptography, or 3 types of the symmetric, the asymmetric, and then the hash function. The symmetric, the encryption key is the same like the decryption key. Are you following? The key used to encrypt it is the same like the key used to decrypt it. We have DES. Some of the algorithms are DES, published in 1997. We have triple DES because the first DES became weak. Through cryptanalysis, they realized that it's not that strong. So they move on to triple DES. But still, we have a advanced encryption standard now, but that's what we normally use these days. IDS, so IDA, International Data Encryption Algorithm, developed in 1991. Well, it's a powerful algorithm. I implemented this in assembly language in 1998 when I did my first degree. And Dr. Sani, who was here, was my supervisor. And at that time, although I have the applied cryptography written by Bushnell, Mr. Akumia was the one who allowed me to use internet at NCS those days. And he was opening me his accounts, go to the net, and I was having a diskette, the floppy disk. He was putting information on it, coming back. I had 8886 processor machine. I was part of the fortunate people at that time to have a laptop. There are other algorithms to Lucifer, Phil Loki, Cassefer, R5, and so on. There are lots. Good. Now, the asymmetric cryptography. The issue with asymmetric cryptography is you have to sit somewhere in a corner with the one you want to communicate with, and then share the key with the person. Let's assume that the person is Japan. You want to communicate securely with someone in Japan. You have to sit somewhere. No, that's not really effective. So, the concept of public key or asymmetric key came up. So, when you want to, this has two keys. One which is public, and the second one is private. So when you are generating your key, you generate two keys. One is public, and the second one is private. The public one, you can put it everywhere. There are public key servers. You put it there. Now, when I want to send you a message, I can go there, look for your key, and use it to encrypt a message and send it to you. If I send you that message and I've lost my original text, there's no way I can recover the text back, because the only key that can decrypt that message is the private key, which is with me. It's private to me. I mean, I'm not supposed to share that key with anybody. Are you following? These are the guys. Sorry. Well, these are the guys who invented these are the RSA. Well, there's and these are the great guys who work on it. Now, these guys developed this one, digital signature standard. Well, you can read later. And then you have the RSA, Ravesh, Shami, Adelman. This is Ravesh, this is Shami, and this is Adelman. No, sorry. Shamir, Ravesh, Adelman, they are here. So now, you see, it's a powerful algorithm they develop. So when they finish, they coded a sentence and put it in a scientific journal. There's a powerful journal in the US, scientific journal. And they say, there's a message, there's an award in this text. So whoever decrypts it or does a cryptanalysis on it, the award in it, you get it. Now, 26 April 1994. This algorithm was cracked by international collaboration via the internet, the use of 1,600 workstations, mainframes, supercomputers. Attack that number, you see this number. And then the encryption key is what? And the message in it is what? So you have to spend that amount of time, resources, and then how much? No. It's not worth. So just to tell you that this algorithm is a powerful algorithm used now. Well, one thing you should keep in mind is that in security or cybersecurity, there's no 100% cybersecurity. It doesn't exist. We work toward, if you have 60%, thank God. Okay? Good. There's another one, El Gamal, which is also good. Now, the hash function. The hash function is one-to-one. When you hash a function, you have a fixed string length. You can take any text, no matter how long it is. You output a fixed string length. If you change a dot in the original text and you recompute the hash value, there will be a change. Even a space you've added, it will change the hash value. So, hash functions, you compute it in one way, easy to compute when you're giving a message, but impossible to bring it back with the hash value. There's no way you can get the original text. When you change it, as I said, it should change. If you change the original text, it will change the hash value. And there's no way you will see two different texts with the same hash value. If it happens, then that algorithm is not a good algorithm. Are you following? Great. Those days, when I was doing my system administration work, I was hashing the password file in Unis. So when you do that, every time, every morning I check it to see, because if there's a change, it means somebody has created an account. So one morning I came, the value was not the same. I wrote a script which was doing that to me. So I had two bosses at that time. I went to the first one. Did you create an account? He said no. I went to the second one. He said yes. Well, that's the power of a hash function. Now, these are some of the examples. Fox, the cryptographic hash will give you this. Red Fox, blah, 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 and so on. They are different. Okay? Superman, you see an example here. You take a file, an image. Normally, I don't know whether you've downloaded, those who are familiar with Unix or Linux, when you want to download the file and install it, the hash function is also there. So when you download it, you can compute the hash of the software, the package you've downloaded, and compare it with the one you download, the one put there by the developer. So if there's a change, then there's an issue. Bad guys on the net, they can get up and then push, modify people's software or put backdoors in their software. So if it happens, the hash value will help you to detect it. We have several hash functions, SHA, SNFRU, NNASH, SHA-1, SHA-2. We have another one now. Yeah, good. Now, there's one of the common use hash function is MD5. But it was secure at that time. It was said to be secured. But two Chinese, who can help me to read this? Okay, thank you. I find it difficult to pronounce it, so thank you. So these two Chinese, they were able to find collusion, taking two different texts. You see these texts, are they two different? Well, I can show you that there are two different texts. You see? When they did the calculation, look, they have the same hash. So it was proved that it's not a reliable hash function. So then they started another process to find another hash function. And then now the secure SHA is what is now used. Even the SHA-3. Your SHA-1, SHA-2, SHA-3. Questions? Questions? Okay. We'll do two things. I'll add two things: the digital signature and then the digital certificates. Before we talk about it, we start for the panel discussion. What's the digital signature? You know, when you take, the public function, public key cryptography, you have two keys, isn't it? One is in the public domain, and the other one is where? Private. The private one, the rule is supposed to be private, known to you alone. The public one is there. Now, when I take a test, are you following? And I encrypt it with my private key and push it to the public domain. If anyone takes my public key and is able to decrypt it, what does it mean? No, first of all, the signature is what? I take this one, I sign it. So I encrypt it. Good. What does it mean? Your signature is supposed to be for you alone. And someone takes my public key to decrypt it. It means the author or the owner of the public key is the one who truly signed the document. So if I say, this, I put my signature on it, on the paper. So when you take it, you go to the bank, oh, truly, it's what? We know. They have a database of our signatures. But in an electronic world, when a public key decrypts a message I've encrypted with my private key, which is with me alone, nobody, it means I'm truly the one who signed that document. So the use of private key to encrypt a message is the act of signing. But there are more sophisticated ways to do that. Now, you see, a message, let's visualize it. You take a message. Now, you hash it. I think you saw the hash. It's fixed string length, which is also unique. Test to test, one to one. You have your hash value. Okay? Now, you take your hash value and you encrypt it with your private key. What does it mean? You have what? Your digital signature. So when you append it to the original text here, you have signed your document. Is it clear? Who is not getting it? When you type a letter. Now, you want to send it to somebody, but you want to prove that truly the message is from you. Now, you take it, you hash it, not to have the full letter. Then you have a hash value because it is one-to-one. The hash value, you take it, you encrypt it with your private key. That's the act of signing. And then you have what? Your digital signature. So you append it to the text. You put you sign your mail. Are you following? Good. Now, the one who would receive it, to be sure that you are the one who signed it, you take the message, remove the digital signature, and decrypt it with what? Your public key. Because it's public, we know that this key is for you. Decrypt it. Yes, your hash value 1. Now it takes the message that generated this hash value and then also hash it. That's hash value 2. Now, this value computed is from the one who sent the message. This value 2 is from the one who is verifying the signature, the authenticity of the document. So when he compares this value and this one, if they are the same, what does it mean? 2 things here. Truly, the message is coming from the owner of the public key used to decrypt this message. Second, because there's no alteration in the hash value, it means the text or the message has not been altered on the way. Because when you alter this one on the way, automatically the hash value will change. So 2 in 1. Okay? Good. Digital certificates. Digital certificate is like your passports. There are some authorities on the net who sign their certificate, people's public key. Well, issue of trust is on the net. Anybody can get up and say, I am so and so. Even on Facebook, people take people's picture, then create a fake account, start misbehaving, sending invitation to people. Good. So, your public key, for people to trust your public key, there must be someone over there you all trust, like passport office or national identification authority people who signs. So when you see the signature of that person on your public key, then we are sure that the certificate is from this person, for this person. Your passport, what does it mean? The picture there and the name, we confirm that they are the same. The picture there has the name below. Okay, so when you see this, well, certificates, these are the standard X509. It has a serial number, subject, signature, algorithm. Well, here we are dealing with signature, like we did last time. Issuer, valid from to your passport has validity period, isn't it? Yeah. Your public key, thumbprint, algorithm, and fingerprint. Now, let's look at an example here. It's done using SSL, OpenSSL. The version is here. The serial number of the signature. The algorithm you use is what? MD5 with RSA encryption. They combine both. Now, issuer, who issued this certificate? Who can tell me? Organization is what? 12 Consulting. Where? South Africa, today. Northern, the region is Western Cape, and then the locality town is Cape Town. And with all those things. Validity, from where to where? From something to 98 to 99. The dates are there, July something. Now, subject, the owner. What is he? US, Maryland, blah, 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 organization, Brent Bacala, and so on. Now, this is his public, the public key information. You see, this is his public key. Okay? That's it here. So the algorithm used to encrypt this is what? MD5 with what? RSA. And this is his what? This is the signature. So when you take this signature, signature, used to encrypt this, use the public key of these people to decrypt it, and you get the same information there. If it's not there, then there's an issue with the certificate. Okay? So roughly, that is the way it is. These are some of the certificate authorities in the world. But we have another way of signing certificates. That is the web of trust. We call something key signing party. So we all meet, you come with your passport. So I know that you are truly the one. I see your passport, I see your key generated, the details. Then I take the ID of your key, later I go and sign it. That's the way it goes. Okay? Good. Questions? Good. A way to key signing party. Yeah. And then it leads to web of trust. I can sign your key, you can sign somebody's key, and so on. But when a lot of people sign your key, it means they truly know you. Questions? Yeah, okay. Public key infrastructure. Well, when we finish, let's talk about it because it's not part of this thing. But it's a set of there's a system that manages your public key, the servers and all those things. We can talk about. Yeah, now we can do that. Eric.
Okay, I think we are all very hungry. So we're not going to make this thing long. I just want to invite the panelists, and then we can have a quick 15 minutes crisp discussion on the security. We understand what is IoT, we understand what is cryptography. So how do we bring the two together so that we can secure our devices? Okay? So let me just invite Marcus, he's the president, take over, and then we have Mr. Joshua Okuno, please. And then we have Joshua. Please make yourself comfortable. All right, so, yes, Isaac Mensa, sorry. Please. So we have seen where we're going. The future is IoT, okay? Now, how secure is our data? Okay? I mean, and what are the privacy issues? What are the things that has to be done to secure our devices? Imagine if somebody is able to hack your system. Maybe you have IoT devices. He just made a demonstration here. Okay, you can put on your light. What about if somebody hacks into it and then begin to control your home for you? How would you feel? You know, you put your microwave on throughout the day. Before you get there, the thing is sizzling hot and it starts burning. There are serious issues that we need to look at. And I think we have a distinguished panel to do that. Now, the first thing, I think we know the details, the basics of IoT. What I want us to establish, in the global community, there is a certain 97% of a need for an IoT security code, right? Code of practice, so that when people build devices and they do things, they need to put in certain things in terms of security. I want to ask the panel what their thinking is about in terms of how we can secure our devices in this era of Internet of Things. And then you take a first round, and then after that we'll come to you for questions, and then we'll have a concluding round. We don't need to go too much, okay? So what are your perspectives in terms of how we can secure the devices? We'll come to the cryptocurrency bit, but what are the issues on this whole IoT thing? Where are the loopholes that can be used as a means of attacking against us? And how can we secure these things? Is there a general emerging trend as to how these things will be secured? And so I want to start first with Isaac, and then we'll go around the table, okay?
Oh, okay, thank you very much. It's very scary when it comes to IoT and security. That one, I have to say it. And it's even getting worse with 5G. Just imagine you driving on the motor and somebody just hack into your car. Then you step on brake, it's not working. Accelerator, nothing. The car is going, just going. And when it comes to securing the devices, research is ongoing. The thing is that it is the trend is such that it's very difficult now. So, for example, ask the first question: is the internet itself very secure? Right. Is the internet itself very secure? So, first of all, it relies on the internet. So, is the internet very secure? That is one aspect. The second aspect is the devices itself. We have different devices that are communicating. So one solution they are thinking about, probably there's the need for certain protocols, policies that has to be laid down in how the devices have to communicate. Right? There are a lot of trends going on. People are thinking about blockchain solutions. People are thinking so many solutions. But to tell you today that there is a straightforward solution as to IoT devices being secure, for now, yes, we use it. For now, we implement things like two-factor authentications and all this in the systems. We look at some of these hash functions. We implement all of them in the systems to make sure that the security level is okay, but the bad guys are still there. Connectivity is becoming faster. Getting to devices is going. So, solution today, we are still, it's a work in progress. What can I say? It's a work in progress. Yeah.
As Isaac just said, this morning I read an article about a casino in London which have a very secure network, but the people just have to hack a fish tank to get into the network to steal their data. So when it comes to IoT, all the 4 cycles that I took you through, you have to protect every of the cycle. So if you have a secure Wi-Fi in your house and a device has a vulnerability, they can pass through the device, get your network, and then take over your house. If you have a secure network, a secure hardware, and then the app you use to control has a vulnerability, they can hack into the app, get your device, get to your house, take over everything. If all these 2 or 3 are also secured, and your server where the data is going has a vulnerability, they can go to the server, get to your device, get to your home. So all these 4 cycles that I took you through has to be protected. And as of now, we don't have a perfect security for the internet. But then there are some standards or practices that you have to put in place to minimize the attack. So if it's easy, people can be hacking it. But if it's difficult, you have few people trying to hack it. Because no matter how secure your system is, people will still try to hack it. So we just have to have some standards maybe if you want to build IoT solution and going through all this 4 cycle, these are the security measures and cryptography types you have to use for maybe each cycle, because the device will need a Wi-Fi. If your Wi-Fi is protected, and probably the device is also protected, it needs a protocol to transmit data. So any of the cycle, if there's a vulnerability somewhere and somebody can break into any of the cycle of the IoT product, they can take over almost everything. So I think policy and standard will help, so at least to reduce the harm we could cause, because IoT is the easiest to hack at the moment. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Joshua Quaynor. My namesake. Well, we have a communication issue about 8 years ago when we were looking at some IoT device we were designing for, I think the Toyota, model. I think model, 1999 or something like that. What we found was that, especially in the cryptography space, most of the stuff that we looked at were all from books, were written by professors and all those type of things. But then we realized that the crooks are also reading from the same books. So no matter how much knowledge we learn, we got from there, we were able to, some of us turn into crooks, and we were able to decode our own system, or decrypt our own system. And but anyway, my answer to this issue is that, as has been pointed out, it's a very, very serious issue. And everybody's reading from the same hymn book or the same hymn sheet. So we did something which I think was, I wouldn't say original, but quite novel. We put something we call time slices into our communication module. So when you're sending a message, there's a small time slice, and you feed it with some kind of sort of rubbish sort of thing. And a few milliseconds later, you send the message, and then you mix it up with some rubbish as well. So time slices. So you don't send the code, all in one stream. You send it at various bits and pieces, and you put some nonsense in between. And that, to some extent, even though we were able to decrypt some of them, but we found that the security was more robust in that doing it that way than any other way. And we have stuck with that for quite some time. And I mean, if one of my engineers is here, he will be able to tell you a bit more technical details on that. So IoT security is an open space. The Chinese, the Americans, Americans, the British, they are all scratching their heads, the same as us. And so for all I know, the solution, so don't necessarily try to look outwards to the West, because we all have the same headache. Try to look inside, try to think of novel ways of decrypting, or encrypting and decrypting. And maybe you come up with a brilliant solution, and then you send a quiz for somebody to send, to decrypt a message, and it probably take 100 years, and by that time, your message will pay the person 100 cedis. At that time, 100 years later, 100 cedis just one peswa. So let's try to look into our own selves. Maybe the solution could be sort of internal. There may be other things like, hardware design and all that, where the West are are far ahead than us. But in the encrypting, the encrypting and decrypting space, to me, everybody that has exactly the same knowledge. So by all means, read all your university books on, cryptography and all that. But at the back of your mind, think that maybe I would have an original solution. Okay? So that is my message to everybody here. And we use the time slice in all our products, and it works quite well. Yeah.
Well, I think you've said a lot. One of the attacks on the IoT devices is man in the middle attack. The bad guy sit in between the source of the information to the destination. What he does is he changes the information, and then whatever he wants the device to do, the device will do it. There is a mechanism to do that. That is a SSL protocol. Well, we don't have time, otherwise I'll explain it. But SSL fought that attack. But the real issue to me is, which is with the internet, when we people start developing IoTs, what was in their mind is, it should work. It should work. We were not having in mind the security aspect. That's the way the internet was developed. It should work, it should work. But when we started using it, bad guys also introduced themselves and started using it. This is the same phenomenon we are facing in the IoT world. So we have a lot of jobs to do there. Research is still ongoing, and we don't have to forget that the bad guys, the criminals, they are always ahead of us. They are always ahead of us. So we need to, as IoT community, to take into consideration all that security, all that we are doing. Thank you.
All right. So we've seen different, thinking about how we can go about securing these things. For the 4 slices, the thing is still very scary. There's no solution. And then, of course, we've seen an industry-tested solution that has kept things so far. Now, let me ask this question. So for a country like Ghana, is there anything that has to be done to begin to look at these things? Of course, Mr. Mensah says we need to do a lot of research, right? R&D, etc. But as a country, technology is coming to us. And I want to pick the minds of the panelists. What should we do as a country? I think Joshua Jr. talked about policy and standards. How do we go about this policy development? And what can Internet Society Ghana chapter do to begin this process? We need to become like a catalyst, because these things are here. It's scary. We don't have any solutions. And we don't have to sit down for somebody to develop solutions before we go through that. So I just want to pick the mind of the panelists once more, and then I'll come to you with your questions and contributions, and then we can just conclude. Please, Mr. Mensah.
So I'll talk from the point of education. We have a lot of work to do when it comes to this IoT stuff. Like, we keep doing research, we keep looking at ways and means to make this secure. But as they say, the bad guys, for them, at times they are more, you see, the type of equipment we use even in doing the research here, they have like 4 or 5 times what we are using here. But I think we really need, as a community, to look into these security issues, research about them, implement them to see how it works, test them. Then we can come up with solutions. But as Josh said, we need, just as the internet, like, we need regulation. We need policies to regulate how these things are used. Because each step, as we said, there is a way out. Device A is talking to device B. Device B has a vulnerability inside. What happens? They use to get to device A. So it means that any device that we are developing, we should come up with a standard and look at it from the security aspect. What do we need to do to protect ourselves? Else, whatever we do, if you don't come up with these policies, I'll develop my device, probably he develops a device, then probably find a common grounds to communicate with each other. I don't follow particular policy, doesn't follow, then what happens? So we need to do research, we need to come up with policies and things to make sure we are secure on this. Yeah.
To add to what he said, from community perspective, I think that policy doesn't wait for innovations. Like, we need to build innovations so that they will see how to build policies on top of it. So from IoT Network Hub perspective, next year we're looking to building more solutions, especially with IoT. I think we have to have a lot of experimentation in the space to really understand all the vulnerabilities and everything that goes into it. Because if we can't even build to see how it works and how to even break it, we can't even come with the policies. So a lot of work have to go into experimentation of building IoT solutions, experimenting them, trying to break into them, seeing the loopholes in them before we can be able to come with these policies. So community plays a major role. So I don't know how government and ISOC can also help with the communities to also be able to experiment more of this so that we'll be able to work with researchers, policies makers to come up with standards and policies to regulate some of the IT solutions.
Yeah, the policy has to be like a government-led thing. And research, if you've got a small outfit of maybe 20 people working for you, you cannot afford to put some money into research. This one has to be a policy that has been driven by ISOC and directing to the government. You need some government funding before you can do real research. In the meantime, I think when we started with this type of thing, there are chips or microchips that in the market that can facilitate this encryption and decryption policies. Company called Microchip, and a company another called was a Freescale. They do chips which can be used very easily to encrypt and decrypt things. So if you put those chips in front of your devices, you don't need to worry too much about writing the code and all that, because it's already been done for you. It's called Keylog, one of them, Keylog, Keelok, and they've got a whole family of chips that can be used to do that. While the policy and the research are being developed, these things, if you've got a device immediately that you want to use or decrypt and encrypt, there are chips, as I said, available for now. Maybe in a year's time, 2 years' time, when you've settled and you've got a big company and you can afford to do research, then you can branch off to doing the research yourself. But for now, quickly, there are hardware, what I'm trying to say, there are hardware chips available to help you along for now. Okay.
Thank you. Well, I think policy advocacy funding, what are directed to ISOC. Well, ISOC is our role to go into policy advocacy. Unfortunately for last year, we haven't done much. And few interaction with few guys showed to me that the skills to do policy advocacy is not there. People take it as confrontation. So I discussed with the one in charge of policy at ISOC Global. Probably next year, we plan to have a training, policy analysis development, and advocacy for ISOC members, so that we embark on, we even take the previous policies, look at them. If they are good, we recommend them. Those which are not, which requires modifications, we talk about them. Unfortunately, the guy is unwell, so I don't know when exactly he will come back. Otherwise, I could confidently say that we targeted end of February for this training. But whatever it is, I'll get back to you on this. Thank you.
All right. So we've heard from the experts. Now I want to come to you. What are your thoughts? Do you think enough has been done for this whole security thing? We've heard about chips that can be used to encrypt and do some of these things. But what are your thoughts? What are your questions? What are your contributions? What do you want to say? Okay.
Okay, my name is Michael Kujo, and I think we have to be selective in what we adapt in this part of the world. The reason why I'm saying this is from Joshua Jr.'s presentation, we found microwave ovens that will use chips, this, that, whatever. I am a late adapter, and I behave like a Japanese. I want to watch what everybody will do and select the best. I started using the internet in 1999. It's only last year that I became active on Facebook. Why? Because I don't see the need. Why everybody's on Facebook, so I also have to be on Facebook. So this is my message. You want to use Internet of Things, but be selective. If everybody is picking whatever, you shouldn't jump onto the bank wagon. Find out what will work for you. Make sure it's well secured. And if you are not secured, maybe you shut yourself out till it's secured. Thank you.
Well, I think this points again to the issue of policy. You know, I mean, if we have a policy around these things, somehow it helps. I'll come back to you, but it was up first.
My name is Richard. I currently have a product in the market, which is a market rate. I also have few users which are currently running on the product. So I got to find a hardware that comes with a microchip. So what I realized is that I wanted to do a research with a microchip, and I realized that microchip is actually programmed to receive a certain voltage. And when it passes that voltage, you cannot actually use the microchip. So in that case, I realized that it's easy with IoT that whatever chip that you're using from a different market or a different country, there can be a backdoor to that microchip at any time. So I think the best solution is we learn how to develop some things ourselves, not to adapt with all devices that comes in the market. Because every chip, like right now as I'm talking, we have a chip called ARM, which is the most powerful chip in the world right now, comes from ARM. So I think the best way to secure IoT is to learn how to develop things, especially for Africans, so we don't, rely on foreign.
Okay, I'll come to the experts to tell us something, but let me talk to, no, his hands were up first.
Thank you. My name is Isaac Batun. Mine has to do with a suggestion. I think currently we have programs on television such as the Brilliant Science and Maths Quiz. Recently, they introduced one for the Ghana School of Law. They also do that, and I think it's really getting attention. It's also providing a lot of education. So I think if ISOC can also come up with a similar program like that, which can be aired on television as well as the radio, I think it's also going to help in educating people who are now interested in most of these devices we use now. Thank you.
I'm following the numbers. I'll come to you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Prince, and I would like to add on to what, in terms of securing IoT today. So one of the most vulnerable things around the world when securing system is the human beings involved. So at any point in time, the kind of information these attackers need, the network is secure, the transmitting of data is secure, but the people are not secure. Because little information you talk to people, they are able to give you that information that you will use to access and attack the network. The weak link is what? The people involved. So what our advice is in the organization, we should embark on training in security aspects, and all this information will be very important to the workers working so that they can have enough knowledge about securing their network and how they can give information out there to people who quickly call in and request for information. That is very important, and I would like to add on to it. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, but let's listen to Victor for a minute. His hands have been up well, and then we'll come to the three of you. Then we can close.
Thank you very much, Eric. would just like to mention that IoT security was a big focus for Internet Society in 2019, even back 2018. But moving forward, next year won't be a focus, but I would like to mention here, since we are discussing how to secure the Internet of Things as we get into it, during the past 2 years, we developed what we call the IoT Trust Framework. So it gathered like 5 principles and 4 strategic areas on how to secure the IoT, working with vendors, with consumers, with distributors, because as someone mentioned, it's a collective action, it's a collective thing. And what we try to do as we are discussing advocacy and at policy level, we have 2 projects in Canada and in Senegal, working with all the stakeholders. Your use cases, but you also have to work with the regulators and policymakers to come up with a national framework for securing the IoT here in Ghana. And that way you can list some key principles and some stuff that those who are building, but also the government and are there to protect the user, but also users have to demand. So if you work toward having kind of a label that can ensure that to the end user that this device has met the minimum criteria to be considered as trustworthy or secure, that may be something that the chapter, what we ask our chapter is, we work with the Senegal chapter and they involve the government to come up with the framework. So that's the same thing maybe that the Ghana chapter can start here with all those, the great initiative that I saw. So that was just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shadrach.
Okay, what I also like to add on is about advocacy and education at the user side, the end user side, because let's take maybe Africa having many of the populations illiterate about the usage of devices. Let's say, for instance, if maybe my mom or my dad doesn't know the issues related to maybe using these IoT devices, they will just go to the market, buy the device, not maybe looking for specification, what is needed to secure them. So it's about like training the users to be aware of the importance to be secured when buying these devices. And also, there are some countries whereby governments do not allow encryption to be added into these devices. So the government should also be advised. They should know what the importance of having encryptions in these devices to help us all being secure when we are using these IoT devices.
My name is Richard. I would like to ask a question and then a contribution. My question goes to Joshua Jr. About these IoT devices. In his presentation, you realize that an individual, a human being, can get himself wed or wear all these all the wearables. My concern is with the medical consequences or the health implications. We may be using, we are excited with some of these equipments, but I believe they have some thresholds or some side effects. If I should put on all these things right from my socks to my whatever, I should be putting a whole lot of stress. These microwaves, some of them, you can make a man sterile, you can make him infertile. How do I put it? What proofs or evidence that we have that, okay, you can use this for this number of days or this number of years, and you really have this long-term effects in a particular year come? Do we have that data available? Or what advice do you have, or information do you have about that? And the second thing I have to say is there was a time I was reading some article on the internet about the chips that we use in our mobile phones, SIM. And one researcher in Germany, his name is Quaynor, he said that by just sending text message to your chip, he can get all the information about you, every detail about you. And that was just a flaw in the hardware itself. That such information, how available it is to us, students, consumers, the techie, the tech experts, and so on and so forth. Such information when they come out, how available is it, and what address, how can we address such a situation when they arise? Thank you.
So we have two more contributions. It's okay.
Hello. Well, my question is towards how can we save all our gadgets? That is, in the absence of electricity, generator, wind power, whatever. We have engineers who are, doing all these kind of things. Do you have anything that you can use in the absence of this? There is no power.
Okay, so we've heard from the floor. I think I'm going to give my panelists 1 minute each in a closing remark. I think a lot of useful things have come from the ground in terms of what we're doing, and we have a few questions. So as you conclude, please just address any of the issues that have been asked and make your concluding remarks in terms of the next steps.
So with the power issue in Africa, we've been blessed with the sunlight so much that there are a lot of solar models that are there that we can use to power these devices. So one implementation is to use the solar, and it's there to just power them. You don't care about ECG now. So solar is the way out when it comes to power. You said? Yeah, access is solar. Yeah. In absence of solar, you are taking power out, solar out, then what else? Then you take battery to out. Then where are we going? Uh-huh. Device generate power. I think if it's there, we all will have some at our homes to power our homes, right? If we have these technologies, I think that the one solution now, I said, is solar. That is the main solution that we use now. Yeah, thank you.
You talk about the health challenges with some of these new technologies. Yeah, you are right. There could be a lot, but now they're all new and they're now coming. So we've not been able to figure out all the side effects of these new technologies. But then I think that's how the world has always been. The problems we're facing today were not created by ourselves. It was created by some generation ago. They are innovations, right? So combustion and climate change maybe could lead to the evolution of transportation when we have a car. But then it was a great intervention. But now we're saying combustion fuels are killing us. We're going electric. So probably the next generation will come and find challenges with electric, and they have to look for something else. So there are a lot of health concerns, but we might not be able to figure out because of our lifespan on Earth. But the next generation will come and face all the challenges of IoT today. So that's what I can say. And when it comes to the hardware too, every hardware comes with a firmware. The firmware are the programming we shipped on the hardware. So if you release the hardware out there and there's a bug, you can't fix it. You need to replace it. So that's why when Samsung, their phones start blasting, they have to take everything off the market. That's the challenge with hardware. If it's a software, you could just do updates, push it to the cloud, everything is fixed. But that's not the case with hardware. So the challenge with security is very important. If you ship, let's say, 1 million pieces of your hardware, and there's a security flaw, those who don't change the hardware will still face that flaw. That will be vulnerable to attack. So there's a very, very big concern when it comes to hardware and IoT.
Yes, on the other side of the story between hello? Yeah, on the story between the hardware and the software, when you flip the coin, you find that on the hardware side, what Joshua Jr. is saying is that, software can be easily changed. But with the hardware, if all the codes are, fitted, they are hard-coded in it, that is very, very difficult to change. And that is why I was talking about the devices that can be used for security, very small devices. And because all the coding have been done by, from the sort of the algorithm our gentleman here is talking about. It's all fitted in that. But once you hard code it and you blow it in ROM, read-only memory, you cannot change it unless you burn it or something like that. So that's why it's very, very difficult for something which is coded in hardware. It's virtually impossible to change that programming if it is blown in read-only memory. If you put a logic 0 in that chip, it will always stay logic 0. If you put a logic 1 in there, it will always stay logic 1. That's why they were using initially at the beginning where they wanted to put security in there, they were using those chips. But now the data has become so big that the same algorithm, but then you need a bigger memory to implement those algorithms. That's why the security aspect has changed from hardware into software. So just following from what I was saying earlier on regarding these device chips, for small scale, not low security, but secured communication, those like this phone, so this lamp light thing in there, and you want to be more secured on that, then you could use those type of chips because it only takes a few kilobytes of algorithm to be fed into that chip. But where you need huge data, huge length of data, then it means that you can write the code in actually software and then burn it in hardware. Now, the other thing is with the wearables. Somebody mentioned solar, okay? But then we all learn in physics that you can change energy from one energy form to the other. So you can change light from light to electricity. What else can we change to electricity? We can change, the body has got heat, do you understand? And we eat. Every time we eat, we have body heat. So maybe Ghana can lead the way and try to find a way of harnessing all that heat. Because the wearable, they don't need a lot of energy. So harnessing that heat and then convert that into the electricity that we need to drive all the energy or the devices that we are going to wear. So for all the research-minded people here, this is a challenge to you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. As I said earlier on, any innovation starts with the functionalities. How is it working? It should work well. We don't care about the security. But when we start using it, then we are faced with the realities of security. Whether hardware, software, technology, security issues, that is 30 or less percent. The non-technical is more, that's 70%. So I think we need to be aware of those realities and know how to use them. Somebody say he's a late adopter, or even I would say he's a laggard. Well, whether you are a laggard or late adopter, fine. But let's be conscious. What are we using it for? Do we really need it? That's my point. It doesn't mean it is good, so we should go for it. Is it really good for me? That's the question we should ask. Thank you.
Okay, let's give a round for our work. I think we have spent too much time. And I think we've picked up a number of things from this session. We understand the issues about IoT. We understand how we can apply cryptography to secure our devices. And out of the engagements, we've also seen different aspects of what we have to do. And I think one of the big takeaways is what Victor proposed, that the ISOC chapter must start doing in terms of leading the way to develop a framework for Ghana so that we can have all these things addressed before it blows out and becomes a problem. So I'd like to thank all the panel for a good work. Let's give them a round of applause. No, please, just a minute. But before we go, we have our landlord, and the internet pioneer is supposed to have been here in the morning to do a lot of things, but he was caught up. So I'd like him to say a few words to close us, and then we can go have lunch. So let's welcome Mr. Thomas Barfi. Barfi, okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me welcome you. I had to attend to other equally important issues, but luckily I've come to meet you, and I've enjoyed the last session. What I want to say is that I'm happy to see young, energetic ladies and gentlemen in this room following the internet that we started in early 1990s. And when we started, we didn't know it was going to grow up to this. What you have as a leverage is that now the technology, you can get help from anywhere. I mean, if you have a challenge, you can maybe go to YouTube to see what others are doing. A click of a button, you'll be able to do that. We started it the hard way, but thank God, we've been able to maintain it to this level. So I wish you all the best, and I think you will continue to burn the candle so that others can also take from you. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Berfi. I mean, he's been very instrumental in driving the internet, especially within Legon academia, and he was part of the team that have made this thing work. We thank you very much, and he's fortunately the landlord for this place, and that's why he's welcomed you. So thank you all. I think we need to give a round for ourselves for staying on. It's been a wonderful day. And so Mr. President will give us the final closing remarks, and then we can go to lunch. I hope we have not held you too much before lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wasn't expecting people to be here up to now. It shows that there's a change which is going on. I'm sure with the election, more energy will come. From here, we'll go for our late lunch. Don't forget that in the evening at 7 p.m. at Yiri Lodge, when you are, if in Noguchi, down, there's a lodge there. That's where we have our dinner. Our guest, Victor, will also be there. Let's come and interact with him. Tweet to our ISOC members to join us there at 7 p.m. Thank you very much, and stay blessed.